I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll have it for you.
I'm going to be fine with your jokes, but I'm not sure about Dark Brandon.
All right. How is everyone doing today? It is July 17th, 2023. Let's do the intro really quickly. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you might be watching this. My name is Josh, and welcome to my channel. On here we talk news, politics, and current events. Yeah, it's Monday. As usual, Mondays. Oh, I forgot to turn the fucking light on. As usual, Mondays always kind of a fun day to try to look for news, but you know, I think we got some interesting stuff lined up. That is really bright. Okay, that's fine. I mean, also the thing is that it's bright right now outside, so it's gonna be kind of bright today. That's okay though. Anyway, yeah. So on the show today, what do we have? I want to take a quick look at the newest development in the war in Ukraine. A House bill passed with a whole bunch of culture war nonsense attached to it, so we'll take a look at that. Afterwards, I want to take a look at. I saw a tweet. So we all understand that Elon Musk is a racist, and besides being like like a complete idiot, you know, the racism is usually filtered through this concern for birth rates in the United States. So I want to kind of take a look at a tweet he interacted with, and then an interview kind of around the natalist immigration concern, and kind of explain why I say it's just plain racism once you break it down. After that, I want to take a look at genderqueer apparently being challenged in across the country as what's the word? Oh, that's like extra photoshopped. As what's it called? That's the word I'm looking for. As the right continues on their battle for book burnings and censorship. And then we'll take a look at them just being kind of losers for a bit. So, yeah. We got a bit of a longer show today, which I'm excited about. So let's just get right into it, shall we? Also, I have food because I haven't eaten yet. So if I duck out, it's just because I'm eating. So, yeah. Anyway, so have you heard of this thing? This thing, we have a war going on in the world right now, over in Ukraine and Russia, and apparently, the Crimean Bridge has been bombed. I guess. Let's go take a look, shall we? Key Russian bridge to Crimea is struck again as Putin vows response to attack that killed two. All right, an attack before dawn Monday damaged a bridge linking Russia to Moscow annexed Crimea. Oh, I realized I spelled that wrong, didn't I? I put an H in there when I don't think there actually is supposed to be an H. Where is it? I must rectify that. One second, sorry. There we go. Fix that. All right, cool. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Crimea, that is a key supply route for Kremlin forces in the war with Ukraine, forcing the span's temporary closure for a second time in less than a year. 2 people were killed and their daughter was injured. Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered increased security at the 19-kilometer, 12-mile, Kerch Bridge, repeating a call he made in October 2022 when the span was severely damaged by an explosion that Moscow also blamed on Kiev. He also promised, quote, there will be a response from Russia, of course. What happened is another terrorist attack of the Kiev regime. Putin said at a televised meeting with officials, it is a crime that is pointless from a military point of view. It bears no significance because the Crimea Bridge hasn't been used for military means in a long time and is brutal because blameless civilians were injured and killed. Oh yeah, let's be really, really clear here. If Russia wants to complain about civilians being bombed and killed, then maybe they should stop dropping bombs on major cities. That's just my opinion. I don't really think the invading force gets to complain when a supply route of theirs causes the unfortunate deaths of its civilian population. I just don't really think that's something that Russia gets to complain about. Vehicle traffic on the bridge came to a standstill on Monday, while rail traffic also was halted for about 6 hours. Satellite images taken Monday morning by Maxar Technologies showed serious damage to both eastbound and westbound lanes of the bridge across the Kerch Strait on the part nearest to the Russian mainland. With at least one section collapsed, the railroad bridge that runs parallel to the highway appeared undamaged. Turn that upside down. Let's see. The strike was carried out by 2 Ukrainian maritime drones, Russia's National Anti-Terrorist Committee said. Ukrainian officials were coy about taking responsibility, as they have been in past strikes. But in what appeared to be a tactic acknowledgement, Ukrainian security service spokesman Artem said in a statement that his agency would reveal details of how the bang was organized after Kiev has won the war. The October attack on the bridge came when a truck bomb blew up 2 of its sections and required months of repair. Moscow decried that assault as an act of terrorism and retaliated by bombarding. Like, imagine you're a fucking invading force and you're like decrying terrorism. Like, okay. Moscow decried that assault as an act of terrorism and retaliated by bombing Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, yet they've been doing that the whole time, targeting the country's power grid over the winter. In Monday's blast, the Ukrainian news portal RBK Ukraina cited security services sources as saying it was carried out by what it called floating drones. A deputy prime minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, later said on the Telegram messaging service that, quote, today the Crimea bridge was torn apart by sea drones, but it was not clear, unquote, but it was not clear if he was making an official confirmation or referring to early reports. Hours after the attack, video from Russian authorities showing crews picking up debris from the deck of the bridge, a section of which appeared to be sloping to one side, and a damaged black sedan with its passenger door open. Putin ordered authorities to, quote, thoroughly investigate what happened, to come up with concrete proposals to enhance security of his strategically important transport object, and, quote, and to, quote, provide all possible support to people who ended up in a difficult position due to the halted traffic on the bridge. The Kerch Bridge is a conspicuous symbol of Moscow's claim on Crimea and an essential land link to the peninsula, which Russia illegally annexed in 2014. The $3.6 billion bridge is the longest in Europe and is crucial for Russia's military operations in southern Ukraine. In southern Ukraine in the nearly 17-month-old war. Russia has expanded its military forces in Crimea since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Occasional sabotage and other attacks against the Russian military and other facilities on the peninsula have occurred since with the Kremlin blaming Ukraine. Those attacks and acts of sabotage haven't discouraged Russians from spending their holidays in Crimea, and as car traffic on the bridge came to a halt, long lines formed at a ferry crossing the Kerch Strait, Russian media reported. Let's see. Traffic jams clogged a highway in the Russian-held part of the Kherson region after Moscow appointed authorities in Crimea redirected motorists to take the land route to Russia through the partially occupied region of Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, and Donetsk, according to Russian state news agency RIA Novosti, whatever. Drivers heading to Crimea were also stuck in a 3-kilometer jam between Russian cities of Rostov-on-Don and Taganrog, RIA Novosti reported. The bridge attacks comes as Ukrainian forces are pressing a counteroffensive in several sections of the front line. It also happened hours before Russia announced, as expected, that it is halting a deal brokered by the United Nations and Turkey that allows the export of Ukrainian grain during the war. Russia media identified the dead as Alexei and Natalia Kulik, who were traveling to Crimea for a summer vacation. Why the fuck? Okay. Do not travel. Why would you be traveling at this time to... Don't do that. It's not the time to be traveling for summer vacations. The 40-year-old Kulik was a truck driver and his 36-year-old wife was a municipal education worker. Their 14-year-old daughter suffered chest and brain injuries. Kiev didn't initially acknowledge responsibility for October's bridge attack either, but Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar acknowledged earlier this month that Ukraine struck it to derail Russian logistics. Russian authorities said the attack didn't affect the bridge's piers, but damaged 2 road links, one beyond repair. The damage still appeared less serious than in October's attack. Russian Deputy Prime Minister Marit Kusnulin, said authorities would gradually resume traffic on one side of the bridge after midnight Monday. Andriy Yusov, a spokesman for Ukraine's military intelligence department, declined to comment, but said the peninsula is used by the Russians as a large logistical hub for moving forces and assets deep into the territory of Ukraine. Of course, logistical problems are additional complications for the occupiers. The security service of Ukraine posted a redacted version of the popular lullaby, tweaked to say the bridge went to sleep again. Interesting. Do we have like a video of this? Maybe? Ooh. Jeez. Monday showing the apparent damage to the key bridge. Yeah, that'll fuck the bridge up. Reports. Go away. Instead of damage was not immediate. I'm actually kind of curious now. I want to see if we have any Sure.
Russian authorities say a mother and father were killed and their daughter was injured in an explosion on the bridge linking Crimea to mainland Russia. Moscow blames Kyiv for what it has described as a terror attack. Ukraine's public broadcaster reports that it was a special operation by Ukraine's security service.
Keep in mind, the reason why you'd use the terminology of terror attack is mainly so that you can kind of paint this picture of this this nefarious group that's indiscriminately attacking civilians, when again, this is an invading force. I don't even know why we're validating this whole terror attack terminology. This is nonsense.
And the Navy citing multiple law enforcement sources, but the Defense Ministry is not commenting. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now for more on this. Hey, Matt, good morning. So we understand Russian investigators are at this scene. Walk us through what we know right now and what we're hearing from each side.
Yeah, well, this is still quite recent, so, information is still coming in. So in addition to what you've just said about the incident, we're hearing from the Russian side that the damage was the result of probably drone strikes that slammed into the bridge overnight. And you can see those investigators, they're working now. The bridge appears to be damaged, but it's at least somewhat intact. And we have heard from the Russian side that train service across the bridge has resumed already as of this morning. So that's another clue that this attack didn't incapacitate or destroy the bridge quite as much as a previous attack back in October. And that's when a truck bomb blew up and cut off at least one direction of travel on the bridge for months. And that damage was so bad that the bridge only reopened to full traffic in May after extensive repairs. So far, guys, this attack doesn't appear to have been quite as successful as that one last year.
Yeah, and Matt, so let's talk about this report by the state broadcaster. Ukraine's security services planning this attack with the Navy. According to that report, what do we know about those details?
Yeah, well, and the Russians are actually saying that the UK and the US were also involved in planning this attack, though that's really just an allegation at this moment. So
let's be honest. Russia will pretty much say, if they actually believe that, then they would have just declared war against NATO. Honest to God. That's how you know that they're lying, because and you know that they don't actually believe that. They just want to, at the end of the day, the goal right now for Russia, like the goal for Ukraine is to essentially beat back Russian forces and regain their ground. That is like their specific goal they have in mind for everything that's going on, right? For the US, the goal is to supply Ukraine with munitions and the ability to succeed in Ukraine's goal, and hopefully weaken Russia in the process. It's kind of one of those, well, this is going to hurt Russia, which we don't mind doing. This is also going to, what's what I'm looking for? We will also help an ally and keep kind of our alliances together. So, that's good for us. So, for the U.S., this is a pretty big, this is kind of a win-win situation. You help your allies, you reinforce your commitments, and you weaken a opposing, an oppositional force in geopolitics. For Russia, the goal is to scare and to threaten as much as they can, get as close as they can to the line of declaring war with the United States, with NATO forces, to essentially intimidate and force NATO forces to back down. That's kind of the thing, right? Because what they want to do is constantly say, oh, we think it's America, we think it's America, we think it's England, we think it's NATO, we think it's all this, right? Because they want the US and those forces to pool their support out of fear that Russia will eventually cash in that belief that this is a proxy war, right? They think that, oh, well, if we pump our chest enough, the US forces will back down. NATO support will back down because they don't want to risk nuclear war. But at no point does Russia, I think, intend on actually invoking that kind of war, because they know they'll lose. They can't even beat Ukraine with the US's mild involvement in terms of selling munitions and stuff. So they know that they can't do anything to NATO, that is a force in which they have no capability to fight. So they're going to continue to kind of try this scare tactics. And it's unfortunate because there's a lot of leftists here in the United States who have fallen for a lot of this, have fallen for this, how long are we going to provoke Russia for? It's no, none of this is provocational on our part. Russia had every choice to not invade Ukraine. They chose to take that step. They chose to enter into that conflict. Nobody forced them into this. You can say, oh, NATO expansion, who cares? I genuinely mean that. Who cares? Because at the end of the day, NATO expansion was a way for other countries to shield themselves from the exact thing that Russia's doing right now. They have made the argument in the affirmative for NATO's existence here.
Reaction from Kyiv, guys, has really been typical. Even though this bears all the hallmarks of a Ukrainian operation, the Ukrainians have not officially claimed responsibility, and they almost never do. So again, this is their normal routine. When it comes to attacks deep inside Russian territory, they almost never claim responsibility. And they are trying to maintain some kind of plausible deniability, even though it seems implausible that they weren't involved. But, like the last time this bridge was destroyed, Ukraine's security services published a short poem on Telegram that said that the bridge had gone to sleep now for a second time. So it's kind of a cheeky response, even though they're not claiming responsibility.
Right. Matt, now that this war has been going on for almost a year and a half, there's so many aspects of it that we haven't talked about in a while. One of those being that grain deal, this UN-brokered grain deal that was so important for continuing a food supply across the European continent. That is expiring today. Could the fact that this attack happened dash any hopes of renewing the agreement? Because we know at this point Moscow has halted its participation in that deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. It's hard to know because, Russia has pulled out of this grain deal before. And as I mentioned, there's been previous attacks on the Kerch Strait Bridge. So the two aren't necessarily connected. And actually, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, he told reporters today, specifically answering that question, that the bridge attack wasn't connected to Moscow's suspension of the grain deal. And it's important to note he used that word suspension. So, they could still snap it back into place. And I don't think they're connected either because the grain deal was always supposed to expire at the end of the day today. So the question will be, will diplomats be able to renegotiate the deal? And that is a deal that's so crucial, as you mentioned, to provide grain for the developing world, but also it's the only real diplomatic negotiation successfully that has gone on between Russia and Ukraine. So it represents really the only real contact between these two countries at war. So it's crucial not just for the rest of the world, but for the prospect of negotiations that could one day end this terrible fight.
Absolutely.
Guys.
Matt Bradley, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, but I've been glancing at Google Maps this whole time, which, like, well, what I find interesting is the way the thing that stuck out to me is this line about
For continuing a food supply about in a while.
That said that some kind of plausible deniability, even though it seems implausible that they weren't involved. But, like the last time this bridge was destroyed, Ukraine's security services published a short poem on Telegram.
This is the strait right
that said that
here.
the bridge had gone to sleep now for a second time. So it's kind of a cheeky response, even though they're not claiming responsibility.
Right.
Okay, I can't find the line. But the host here mentioned striking deep within Russian lines, which, is that true? I don't even know where the fuck the Russian is. All of this Russia? I'm not a oh, Moscow's like right there. Fuck, dude. Yeah, like, no, it's a bridge. It's a land bridge. Like, what do you mean striking deep within Russia? Like, this. Miso, did you really just do that? I think he turned on the printer. Our printer's over in the one second. Miso, get your fat ass off that. Get out. Get out of here. You feel like a plastic. I don't know how you do this sort of stuff. These buttons aren't even. There we go. Like, the buttons aren't even like buttons. Or I should say they are buttons. I don't know how you do this. Look at him. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Yes, you are. Anyway, yeah, like, yeah, because if, like, what, all of this is, can I get a different map? This shit's fucking confusing. Russia map? Sure. Yeah, can I get, like, just a map? Let's take a look. Yeah, Crimea's right here. Oh my god, I'm like all the way off. There we go. So it's like that little section, right? It's this. Right? Fuck, I can't read that. What the fuck is that supposed to say? This is yeah. This is Crimea. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like, supposedly, like, this is within Russian territory. Granted, it was annexed, so I don't really take. Oh yeah. Oh, Russia's this entire fucking thing. Oh yeah. Then no. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, because the bridge is like where this E and the A is. Okay, so I was kind of right. I just don't know geography that well. Yeah. So no. I'm sorry. I'm not buying this whole like, oh yeah, this is Russian territory. Like, come on. It's fun. Not only that, but when we're talking about fucking annexed Crimea, no, come on. Again, again, a lot of things around the Ukrainian-Russian war I find is abuse of terminology. That's probably the thing I find the most that irritates me, because like the use of certain terminology, like, you know, terrorist attack or terrorism, is always there to kind of, especially on the U.S. side, evoke this 9/11 style relationship that you know, between Russia and Ukraine. That's just these aren't like saboteurs of a invaded people. We can pretend that that's like the same thing as terrorism, but we use terrorism because you know, terrorism has a negative connotation and saboteurs just simply doesn't. You know, at the end of the day, U.S. media needs to, I think, not buy into as much of the framing as they sometimes do from Russia. But that's just me. Anyway, yeah, let's look at defense bill. I meant to transition this, but anyway, yeah. House passes defense bill mostly along party lines, culture war measures attached. So let's talk about this really quickly. Republicans right now hold the House of Representatives, and we can kind of see while they're holding it what the things are that is their priority, right? A lot of we have people who are in, like, say, the Freedom Caucus. There are, you know, how many you know, right-wing content creators who want to tell you that the Republican Party, that the right wing pole of politics in this country are the populists, are there for the American people, right? Well, when they're given an opportunity to pass bills, this is kind of what they have in mind. So the House has narrowly passed its defense authorization bill, mostly along party lines, shattering a nearly 60-year precedent of passing the annual package with significant bipartisan support. The vote was 219 to 210, with 4 Republicans opposing the package and 4 Democrats backing it. You fucking idiots. I love the idea that, like, we can't get Democrats to, like, cobble together some kind of support for a Medicare for All bill or for, you know, increase in the minimum wage. Literally anything that the American people want. But somehow we can find 4 Democrats to fill in for 4 Republicans. When people talk about the uniparty, this is what they're talking about. This like, you know, this ability for there to be bipartisan, just enough bipartisanship to pass, you know, nonsense defense bills that only go to line the pockets of manufacturers. Under this bill, men and women in uniform who make sacrifices for our nation every day will receive the biggest pay raise in decades. Radical programs that are forced on troops at the expense of readiness are now eliminated. Cutting-edge technology that is essential for the future of this country and to keep freedom around the world from the rise of China and Russia will receive more investment than we've watched in the past. Oh, God. McCarthy agreed to demands from a group of conservatives who threatened to block a vote on the annual defense measure unless their amendments on a range of far-right policies were allowed. House Republicans were successful in pushing through amendments on various social policies, including a measure eliminating the Pentagon's offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion, a measure denying health care coverage for transgender-related medical treatments for service members. All right, so off the bat, so keep in mind, earlier in their little speech here, you know, forced troops at the expense of readiness, programs that force troops at the expense of readiness. What about having a diverse fighting force has anything to do with a degradation to readiness? It doesn't. It just doesn't. What this is telling you is when they have an opportunity to pass the things they want, what they're going to do is make sure, for whatever reason, they want the military to be less diverse, even though, from what I understand, almost any military official, general, anything like that, will tell you that having a diverse force, one that reflects the United States as a populace, is incredibly healthy for the military. It's good. When you have kind of these homogenous forces, you tend to have bad relations with other groups, which will lead you to worse outcomes. When you have people from all kinds of backgrounds, you find that the military response isn't this isn't this what's the word I'm looking for? Isn't like this this frothing at the mouth, like when you have people. Here's a good example. During our invasion of Iraq, if you have people who are from that region of the world, advising and being part of those battalions and stuff, you are going to have a better, you have a greater ability to come to that group and to be able to get the job done that you need to get done. I don't think we really had a lot of that, especially during Iraq, and it's why we had such distrust with the population there, which we earned by bombing the shit out of them and killing their civilians. So there's also that. But these things are good for the military. There's nothing wrong with having a diverse military that's looking to offer routes or avenues of success for people of non-majority identities. And then a measure denying healthcare coverage to transgender-related medical treatments. So keep in mind, this is probably the one that's most offensive. If you've ever seen, what is it? I think, let's see. I wonder if I can find it. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Is there any shocking doubt? The same people that would vote to cut defense $177 billion, the same ones that would put homos in the military, the same ones that would not fund BRAC, the same ones that would not clear up.
It's the exact same shit. That's all this is. The derision of homos in the military is just the new. This is just the new version of that. Denying healthcare coverage for people. These are people who work in the military, put their lives on the fucking line, and you have people like Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz. You have all of these little culture warriors. You have all these little bitchy men and psychotic women in the Republican Party who never shut the fuck up about the military, who pose with pictures with their AR-15s all decked out in the latest, in all the latest attachments. You have all of these fucking LARPers online who all, they want to put on the helmet and they want to get all the gear, and they do all these training regiments in their in their backyard in the woods behind their house because they couldn't cut it in the military. And what are the things that they support? They support this kind of culture war nonsense that takes healthcare away from the people who aren't LARPing in their fucking backyards with military equipment. These are people who are actual members of our military, and they have decided that they will cut out the ability for those people to access healthcare. They're braver than every single member of the House who voted for this bullshit. And yet, these guys still go through with it. Talk about venerating the military. They talk about respect for service. They don't respect service. If they respect service, they would leave transgender, the ability to get transgender health care intact. But they didn't. And keep in mind, this is also a reflection of what's the word? This is also a clear reflection of what Republicans want. They have been screeching, they have been reeing for fucking the last 7 to 8 months or so about transgender for puberty blockers and transgendering the kids and blah, 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 all this shit. They haven't shut the fuck up about, and we'll look at it later, genderqueer. They haven't shut the fuck up about drag shows that are turning kids trans. Apparently, they've never been able to shut the fuck up about any of this shit. They go on and on about like, oh, just leave the kids alone. Nick Merckx, out here, just leave the kids alone, man. Like every fucking idiot, just leave the kids alone. And you know what that results in? The whole because they don't care. It's not about kids. Because when they have an opportunity, they will take away trans-affirming care to adults in the military, adults who sacrifice their lives for the freedom that they never stop running on. They never stop marketing themselves with. They never stop branding themselves with freedom, with the flag. And these people go and take away the healthcare for those people. If they could, they would ban trans healthcare for everybody. They would erase trans people from this fucking country. The military needs to be focused on readiness and lethality, and all these other things are distractions from the harm. And again, and this is just like, Scott Perry's a fucking idiot. Because the idea that your healthcare, the idea that you getting the proper healthcare that you need is counterproductive to your readiness is idiotic. You are withholding healthcare, crucial mental and sometimes surgical healthcare, and hormonal healthcare to a degree, to people who need to be ready. You're wasting their time with this. How if I'm a soldier and I'm transgender, how the fuck am I supposed to focus? How the fuck am I supposed to train when I have to worry about my healthcare? I can't, can I? Lethality is a fucking joke. We're the most lethal fighting force in the world. We'll be fine. We have fucking drones that'll do it before our foot soldiers ever even get there. A pivotal moment in the course of the debate this week came from Texas GOP Representative Ronnie Jackson, whose amendment would prohibit the Defense Department from paying or reimbursing travel expenses related to abortion care for service members, a policy implemented by the Pentagon after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So yeah, keep in mind, this is are you in the military? Are you a military service member? Did you and your wife accidentally get pregnant last time that you were home and you were deployed? And then you got deployed. You're back out on the road again. Oh, guess what? Go fuck yourself. Your wife's now going to be forced to have a kid or have to figure out how to pay for that herself. And when you miss the birth of your child because you didn't plan for any of this, then you can go fuck yourself. This is such fucking it's really disgraceful how these people fucking pass these bills to make the lives of actual service members and soldiers worse, and then turn around and pretend like they're the ones who care about the military. They clearly don't. The days of the radical left ignoring the law and pushing their destructive social agenda in the military are done. Again, ignoring the law, he has no idea what he's talking about. Fucking The Hague for all of you. Democratic backlash was swift. Quote, as leaders of the pro-choice caucus, we are outraged at House Republicans' attempt to force their extreme anti-abortion agenda onto America's service members in what should be a bipartisan bill. Now, keep in mind also, the military does not vote as a block. You don't there isn't 50 states, DC and DC and then the military vote. As a military member, you vote in your states. So the question always becomes all right, is this even favorable? Do military members want any of this? To which our military is rather Democratic leaning, and also they kind of need the ability to be able to plan their families. So I would guess that an abortion ban is not exactly it's the word preferential to service members. Let's see. Democrat Representative Barbara Lee of California and Diane DeGette from Colorado said in a statement, it's a shame that House Republicans would use women to defend our nation on battlefields, but refuse to trust them to make their own healthcare decisions. Our service members fight for our freedoms. As lawmakers, we should be working to protect their freedoms, not trying to take their rights away. Yep. The abortion amendment, and like, keep in mind, it isn't like, yeah, because it's what's it called, right? Because it was like restricting. Let me read that sentence again. Right. Amendment would prohibit the Defense Department from paying for reimbursement of travel expenses. Paying for or reimbursing travel expenses. Yeah. It's another way to just crack down on what's it called. Because if you live in like Texas that has some dumb fuck abortion thing, if you're in the military, you could be like, okay, go to this other state, get an abortion, and like the military be like, all right, look, that's not in our policies. You should have access to that. So, and you know, unfortunately, you've been stationed in Texas. We'll cover that. Like, this is just another way to like fuck over service members. The various culture war amendments effectively acted as poison pills for most Democrats who couldn't stomach supporting the package with the attached amendments. Representative Mike Sherrill from New Jersey, a former Navy helicopter pilot, told reporters she backed. What did I say? Did I say Mike? It's Mickey. Sorry. It's Mickey Sherrill. Backed the bill coming out of the House Armed Services Committee, but voted no on Friday because of the added measures on abortion and other social issues. They turned a bipartisan defense bill into a vehicle to drive a really out-of-touch culture war agenda, an agenda that attacks service members who are women, LGBTQ, and people of color. Another female veteran who opposed the bill, Representative Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania, said she was surprised that more Republicans who expressed concerns about adding controversial issues to the bill ended up backing the abortion amendment. Wait, what? Another female veteran opposed the bill? Oh, okay. Said she was surprised that more Republicans who expressed concerns about the additional issues to the bill ended up backing it. Well, of course, Republicans at the end of the day are going to fall into line. Like, she thought as many as 15 would oppose it, but in the end, only 2 broke ranks. This is absolutely a backdoor to banning abortions across the nation. Both Cheryl and Houlihan waved off any political blowback for voting against other measures in the bill, like pay raises for service members, saying their constituents know about their military backgrounds, and they were skeptical these measures would advance in the Senate. Another example of outsized influence of House Freedom Caucus. The Armed Service Committee passed the bill 58-1 last month. In a statement, Representative Adam Smith from Washington, the top Democrat on that committee, along with the other senior Democrats on the committee, said they wouldn't vote for the defense package's passage in light of the slew of GOP amendments. What was once an example of compromise and functioning government has become an ode to bigotry and ignorance. Attacks on reproductive rights, access to basic health care, and efforts to address our country's history of racism and marginalization of huge swaths of our country will worsen our recruitment and retention crisis, make our military less capable, and do grievous harm to our national defense and national security. Yeah, keep in mind also, and we'll take a look at this a little bit, kind of the same angle. The idea that you'd go after, diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff is only going to strip out or is only going to have the knock-on effect of recruitment being more difficult, because right now we're kind of in a bit of a recruitment crisis because people just aren't joining the military. There just aren't really enough incentives right now for folks to join the military outside of, there are always going to be people who that's what they always wanted to do. But for I think it's fair to say for a vast majority of service members, it's kind of just like the thing you do when you don't have other options, or like, when it's like, oh yeah, I guess I wouldn't mind this. If I'm not going to be on the front lines, if I'm not going to be in like grave danger, there's a lot of good incentives. I guess this is as good of a job as anything else. Certainly I've thought about it because, at the end of the day, it's like, you got to pay the bills, and it's one way to pay the bills. But that also comes with like, at the end of the day, like when that's the incentive structure, when it's just like a few, things here and there, if it's like, oh, you get paid this much and this or that and the other, then, it's not as attractive. And they're trying to address that with like pay raises and stuff like that, and that'll certainly help. But without these kinds of programs to keep people in, they'll do their 4 years and they'll duck right out because they'll realize that there's no real upward momentum for people of color. And at the end of the day, that's why, like, when when these idiots say like, oh, our recruitment, oh, our readiness, oh, our lethality, and then like pass measures that will affect our recruitment, affect our retention, that it's not about those things. It's just that they want a more white military because to them, the military is more for white people. That's just kind of, there's no real, like, if you really wanted to increase, if you really wanted to retain these people, if you really wanted to, have an ability to recruit stronger, recruit more, then you would do your best to make it as attractive for as many people as possible. But again, they don't have an interest in that. They could do everything else, leave the diversity and equity stuff in there, and it would actually be effective. But they are going to do one thing that is effective while doing something that will also cut against that. Because, don't want to increase the military if it's just going to be all black people and black and brown people. We want good old white boys. Let's see. The fact that the bill was expected to have bipartisan support ended up with only a handful of Democrats supporting it throws McCarthy's very narrow majority into stark relief and provides another example of the speaker acquiescing to the demands of the ultra-right Freedom Caucus in order to pass legislation. I don't know. Wait, let's see. What bill is this? I kind of want to look it up now. I want to know what fucking idiotic Republicans voted for this. What is it? Defense. I guess it's like what? Defense authorization. Authorization bill. Here we go. No, shit. No, I want 2023. I want this one. Where is it? I know that, but I don't want. Yeah, and wait. When did this? Wait. 1 second. HR 2670. Wait. This has to be incorrect, right? 18th Congress. Did this already get to Biden and he already fucking signed it? No fucking way. Roll call votes. 621. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. No. All meetings. Here we go. Committee meeting, June 13th. Committee meeting. Okay. What if, like, this should have, when did this article? Because I know this article was from the 15th, I think. 14th. Okay, cool. Where's the fucking, where did I leave off? There it is. Okay. July 17th, House convened. House floor activities for today? No, it wouldn't have been for today. Would have been, oh, Friday. Okay, yeah, it would have been Friday. Okay. Adjourn, clerk authorized, unfinished business to authorize appropriate fiscal year 2024. Oh, okay, so this was, okay, so it is 2670. Okay. I was just making sure. Sponsor. Why the fuck is Republican. I'm stupid. Of course, a fucking Republican from Alabama. Fucking, let's see. Previous. Can I just get votes call? Can I get the fucking vote count, please? Roll call? No, it's not roll call. I mostly just want to see what Democrats voted for this. Committee reports. Necessary technical conforming corrections. I guess 32 roll call votes. I don't. House 32. Passage by yeas and nays. 210. Here we go. This is what I want. All right, roll call. Oh, that's really bright. Okay. Here, I'll zoom into Democrats. Yays. North Carolina, Maine. What the fuck is wrong with you? Perez, Vasquez. Lovely. Fuck is wrong with you, idiots? Uh-huh. If I look, oh wait, aren't there a bunch of like defense contract guys out of Washington? Like, do I have to, who is this person? Marie, fuck. Yeah, because where is this? North Carolina. Like, I'm curious what would motivate them to vote for this. Like, to break off, because I think, because don't they need, what's it called? Don't they need, because how many, because don't they need, what is it, two, they only squeaked by, right? Like, how many votes do they need in the House again? Yeah, because what is it? It's, the PAP is a simple majority. 218? Are you fucking kidding me? Wow, really? Without these four, it wouldn't have passed. Or at the very least, without these four, and if these Republican nays had stayed, then it wouldn't have passed. Wow, guys. Fucking, oh, God. Who is it? Biggs? Huh, somebody from Colorado. That's nice, I guess. Thomas Massey. I don't know if this is like nay, because, see, I guess the question is like, if it would go farther. I mean, granted, it doesn't like, I don't even really care. The fact that this made it to Biden's fucking desk. House convened. Yeah. Like the fact that like this made it to Biden's desk. Yeah. Introduced, pass the House, pass the Senate. Jesus. Isn't that lovely? Just fucking lovely. That just flies right through. Did Biden even... Wait. Biden... Defense... Fuck me, dude. I can't fucking spell today. Defense authorization... No, that's like a year ago. Take victory lap after passes of the NDA. Overcoming... Yeah, no... Biden orders 3,000 reserve troops to be ready. Just in. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Was this, like, just not news or something? Biden National Security Advisor Defense Bill is never getting to the... Oh, okay, thank goodness. Okay. Oh, wait, is this, Wait, I had... Maybe that's why, because I have it on dark mode. 1 second. Maybe that's why it looked like... Oh, it's on past the House. Okay. On dark mode, all of it, like, you know, all of it's like, okay. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. I was just making sure. I can't believe Democrats voted for that. Fucking idiots. The Armed Service Committee passed the bill 50. Oh, right. What was an example of right? The fact that the bill was expected to be the Speaker agreed to a range of amendments to avoid a repeat of a recent episode when Freedom Caucus members defeated a procedural vote to debate an energy bill because they disagreed with McCarthy's strategy on the debt limit. This time, McCarthy gave in to their push to allow debates and votes on the floor on both funding for Ukraine and a host of social issues that many moderates worried would draw backlash from voters and weren't expected to advance in the Senate. Yeah, it's probably not. It's almost certainly not going to make it past the Senate, and definitely not going to make it past Biden. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene pressed to strip out the additional $300 million for Ukraine, but that effort failed. Matt Gaetz from Florida, another opponent of the U.S. military assistance in Ukraine, offered an amendment to withdraw that aid, but it was overwhelmingly defeated. House Democratic leaders accused Republicans of using the bill as a means to push a conservative social policy agenda. Extreme MAGA Republicans, stop doing this. They're not, just stop with the MAGA, just say Republicans. Stop it. Have chosen to hijack, like, there was 4 votes, there was 4 nay votes. It's not MAGA Republicans. It's just Republicans. Have chosen to hijack the historically bipartisan NDAA to continue attacking reproductive freedom and jamming their right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. Hakeem Jeffrey, God, dude. Like, House Republicans have turned what should be a meaningful investment in our men and women in uniform into an extreme and reckless legislative joyride. Even though it passed the House, the defense package is likely dead on arrival in the Senate, given the various changes from the GOP. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has already said that the Senate will take up its own version of the package, teeing up partisan clashes when the two chambers reconcile their bills. He is aiming to vote on a bill by the end of the month. Asked about the path ahead in the Senate, McCarthy said he, quote, hopes the bills that come out of the House are different than the bills that Schumer's in charge of. You know what? We designed our government to be this way because then we go to conference and we find where we can unite. Yeah, you already had and it's going to be none of the extreme nonsense. Earlier this week, the White House released a statement on the House bill that noted that the bipartisan elements that boosted Pentagon priorities, but it also listed a host of provisions it opposed. On changes to existing diversity initiatives, the White House stated, quote, legislation that reduces DOD's ability to create a positive work environment and fully leverage the best our nation has to offer puts the department at a strategic disadvantage, which it does. At the end of the day, anything that's going to fuck over your ability to have a functional workplace will affect your recruiting. Also, let's watch the rest of this video, shall we?
No, I will not. Sit down, you socialist.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yield.
The committee.
Man, this
The
is 95
lunacy
Human
of
Socialists was a
this
fucking
even
slur.
The
to
committee
appeal
will be in
this.
order and the gentleman will suspend.
The lunacy of this. The
Gentleman may proceed.
EPA and other organizations have continually stated you take the shore-based and the surface-based have less problems than any of your public bases. Less than all of them put together. I've operated off these carriers. I've operated out of these. You want to take a Geiger counter? Go ahead. I scuba dive underneath the docks. I'm not going to do that if it's polluting. And the same people that would control with big
I hope you got radiation poison. Fuck you, Burn.
government, the rules and the regulations,
cook, asshole.
and try and diminish national security. Look at them. Just look at them right here. And the same people, the team never changes. And you want to put these burdens, and the problem is that you fail to see the solutions to very simple problems. You state your own opinion as fact when it is not. There are studies and studies and studies that show that there is no discharge, that is not regulated, but yet you would cost the American taxpayers and lay on rules and regulations and have bigger government, more facilities, more control over the regulatory factors, and that's wrong. And I thank you, Mr.
Would the
Chairman.
gentleman yield?
Mr. Chairman.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Do we have to call the gentleman a gentleman if he's not one?
Committee will be in.
Keep in mind, this is the best. This is my favorite. If you want to see the difference between progressives and Democrats, this is it. This is her response to homos in the military, to everything else, right?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mter Chairman. Do we have to call the gentleman a gentleman if he's not one?
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Chairman.
And she's very happy with herself in that. She thought that was like a real good
The
singer.
gentleman from Vermont is
Well,
recognized.
the gentleman from California, is he still here or did he disappear?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Vermont
I
rise?
rise to speak in support of the amendment.
The gentleman from Vermont.
I wonder
is
if
right.
I
The
could
gentleman-
question the gentleman from California. I am rising in support of the amendment.
The chair is in charge. The chair is speaking. The gentleman from Vermont has been recognized for a period of 5 minutes, and you may now proceed.
I thank the chairman very much and would like the opportunity if the gentleman from California would respond, just to ask him a brief question, if I might. Now, my ears may have been playing a trick on me, but I thought I heard the gentleman a moment ago say something, quote unquote, about homos in the military. Was I right in hearing that expression?
Absolutely. Putting homosexuals in the military.
You said something about homos in the military. Was the gentleman referring to the many thousands and thousands of gay people who have put their lives on the line in countless wars defending this country? Was that the group of people that the gentleman was referring to?
I'm talking about the military. People in the military do not support.
That's not what we were talking about. You used the word homos in the military. You have insulted thousands of men and women who have put their lives on the line.
This was 1995.
Gentlemen, reclaiming my time.
Jesus, man. Like, the best that these fucking neolibs can do is do like the, do we have to refer to the gentleman if he's not at being a gentleman? And then smiles, and that's fun. What does Bernie do? Bernie steps up and is like, did you just fucking insult the thousands of service members, gay service members who put their life on the line? Is that what you just fucking did in front of the American people? Like, the difference is so stark. And like, at the end of the day, you know, right now we live in a admittedly depressing time where our electoral options aren't what they could be. You know, we don't have, Bernie's not running again. We are stuck with Biden. We are stuck with that, weak sauce, self-flagellating response from neoliberals. But keep in mind that, like, yeah, we're stuck with that for right now. But, you know, there are always more elections. There are always more bites at the apple. What we need to do as a block, as a leftist block, we need to hold the ground and begin to find our next candidate on a national level while engaging in local action. Local movements are going to be the way that the left actually wins this whole thing. That's like the big difference here. We will always be fighting from the ground up, and we need to continue doing that. All over this country, there are DSA-backed candidates. There are other socialist group backed candidates who are getting into state houses, who are entering into politics. Like, this is a long road. This is not going to be a fast, a swift road to solving this problem. But, you know, at the end of the day, we need to be strategic about this, and we need to be patient. Everyone says we need it now. Well, it's not really how it works. It's not about how, it's not just about how fast you can go or how progressive you are or any of the rest of those things. It's unfortunately how convincing you are and how much power you've been able to accrue and how much trust you've gained with the American people. And as a political group, guys like Matt Gaetz, Boebert, the other dumb bitch, people like that have gained the trust of those voters by being psychotic. And we need to do the same, but for good things. We need to be there for people who are looking for non-psychotic options, but you have to earn that trust, and doing it at the local level is the first part of that. But at the end of the day, progressives are the way for the party, because that's how you fucking respond to Republicans. That's how you respond, not with whatever that gentleman bar was from the representative from Colorado. That's the best you can do. Then it's just simply not enough. All right. I think, I believe it is time to, what's the word I'm looking for? Go into the legally distinct fun half. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea for me. So we will be back in a moment.
So do not shop at Target, or else you're gay.
Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. Just to simplify this, I think we're just going to use.
May keep the pantyhose on. This feels kind of good, actually.
Larger than that, Darby. I live like a capitalist every single day.
Beat it up, N-word.
What is more important to our culture than the Joker?
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I like black guys a lot.
The alpha males are back.
All right, we are back. Shall we take a look at? Okay, yeah, let's look at this Twitter exchange that I saw. All right, so if you've spent any time kind of in political circles, you've probably seen people screech about immigration and the dwindling birth rates here in the United States. A lot of times people tend to connect these two things in a way that, while like immigration and our birth rates are like tangentially connected, there's really more of a, our increased immigration, so much as we have it, is really mostly a a response to that, right? So in this country, the birth rate has fallen because it's quite a... I'm going to let you guess what some of the reasons are, and we'll go over them a little bit later. But for whatever reason, our birth rate here in the United States has gone down. And for that, immigration and people from other countries moving here, bringing their kids or having more kids, has been the thing that's kind of allowed us to keep, at least some of that birth rate flowing. So I want to take a look at this. So Elon Musk, owner of Twitter, responder of every weird right-wing tweet that happens, responded to this feller here, and I want to talk a little bit about it. So, from some loser called Zero HP Lovecraft, this is a very appealing way to think. I thought this for a long time, but the real problem is mass import of third world. Close the borders and birth rate will eventually recover. This person's also never heard of grammar, by the way, so I don't know why we're taking advice from this person. They can hardly speak English. Short-term population contraction is just a market correction. Influx of browns is forever. Elon responds, birth rates far below replacement are the foundational problem in advanced economy countries. So let's think about this for a little bit. I mentioned earlier that this is just racism. Now, he already said browns is forever. So we know that he's talking essentially about non-white people, right? So we already kind of understand that, like, he's talking about birth rate among specifically white Americans, right? White Americans in the United States, the birth rate has gone down, and it's because of brown people. Well, let's explore that a little bit. What could possibly be the reason? Me as a U.S. citizen, I'm a naturalized citizen. I am brown, admittedly, but why would me as a U.S. citizen be concerned, interested, influenced by the existence of immigrants of a different skin color to me, in terms of making the decisions about my family planning? What's the connection, right? The question belies, like, all right, why is this affecting? Why is this affecting the human psyche? Are there just so many brown people, so many non-white people, that white people are discouraged from having kids? No, that's never been cited as a reason. Let's take a look here. A quick Google search actually tells you why. American fucking Christ. Okay. It's like, okay, there we go. Why Americans children. Birth rate down sharply 15 years. The report economic and social obstacles are causing them to have fewer children than they want. So, and this is nobody's liberal. This is Wall Street Journal. So we understand that it's economic. These are social issues that we're having. The ability to have a family, have a functional family, is pretty hard right now. It's not incredibly easy to get by and, you know, raise kids when both parents have to be working 40 hours a week, meaning they have to either be away from their kids all the time, they have to shell out for expensive child care, if not, babysitters all the time. You know, like, if they don't have family members to watch their kids, then they're kind of fucked. So, like, if you can't afford to have kids, you're not going to have kids, right? That's the real problem here. So what do these people kind of pretend the problem is? They pretend that it's immigration. They pretend that if you somehow just the borders just closed tomorrow, somehow, like, me or you would suddenly be like, wait, the borders are closed? Finally, the borders are closed. Now I can come inside my wife. I've been really worried about it, the last couple of years. With the borders being open, it's just, every time I was deep in that, I just, I kept getting distracted because I kept just envisioning, brown people, gingerly climbing and sliding down the rails at the border. It just bothered me so much. And, I'd eventually just, like, pull out and, just sadly just jerk it onto the bed sheets. That this is what's been happening. But, like, is that reality? Is any of that fucking reality? No. At no point do I think about the rate of immigration into this country when I'm deciding if I want to have kids or not. It's just not something. And I challenge you to find anyone who would actually validate that, because it's psychotic. And if they do, they're probably racist. But most people aren't thinking about racialized politics while they're banging their wives. And keep in mind, we closed the borders. Then what? Why would it be more easy all of a sudden for Americans to have kids? What about the borders being closed? Means, oh, cool. Now we don't know. Now I can have kids. Is it one might look at one might do the good old fashioned and shit like that, and you might say, oh, well, with a bunch of immigrants, with a stoppage on immigration, we would then see the ability for Americans to get jobs. The unemployment rate is 3% last time I checked. We have an astounding unemployment rate. And are people having more kids in 2023? Not that I'm aware of. It's not like everybody is suddenly being suddenly not using condoms more often just because the unemployment rate's low. Because at the end of the day, immigrants end up filling jobs that Americans simply don't want to fill. Because either A, they don't believe that, or either A, they believe they're better than those jobs, or B, those jobs pay shit. And the options for Americans, it's just not a attractive option for most Americans. I wouldn't want to, but I certainly couldn't go work out in the fucking fruit fields in California or any of those states. Wouldn't pay the bills. Wouldn't be able to afford a house. Wouldn't be able to afford rent for even this apartment. So, like, they don't pay very well. And one might say, like, oh, well, they don't pay really well because the companies that own them are using, like, immigrant labor. Like, all right. Do you think, okay, in that case, then you offer citizenship to all those people, and look at that. All the wages go up, and we didn't have to touch immigration. But they don't want to do that, do they? They're like, whoa, 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 whoa. You want to make a bunch of illegal immigrants legal now? And then you question, wait, I thought the legality of somebody's immigration status was the thing that was driving wages down. So what if we make them legal now? Wouldn't that drive wages up? And they're like, whoa, I want the wages to go up, but I want the wages to go up and I want the brown people gone. And that's how you know that their goal isn't economic. When Elon says, it's a foundational problem in advanced economy countries, he doesn't care about the economy. That is a framing device used to pretty much just say, I want less brown people. I want more white people in this country. At the end of the day, there's no relationship between people's ability to start families and immigration. There's just no relationship there. Besides the fact that immigration helps compensate for the shitty conditions that people are left in. If you actually wanted, because this is what would actually happen. They would close the border, the birth rate wouldn't go up, and then there would be proposals from people like from Republican politicians that would be something along the lines of maybe a child tax credit, which we already had. Maybe they offer money for having kids. I've heard there's proposals from the right that I don't actually think they'll ever go through with. But there's been proposals. I remember hearing Charlie Kirk once saying, he wants to pay people to have children and all the rest of the stuff, right? And every Republican, keep in mind, voted against the child tax credit. But keep in mind, if they would eventually have to do something like that, they would have to address the systemic barriers to family making. To which you have to ask the question, right? Like, you could have done that without the immigration. Every solution that we have to this problem, you could implement without even touching immigration, and you would increase the happiness, the lives, you would improve the lives of Americans writ large. But that's not really the thing they want, is it? They want the improvement of Americans' lives to be tied culturally to the rejection of immigrants and immigration largely. That is their goal. They do not want American lives getting better unless there is an immigrant that they can point to say, your life is better because they're gone now. Never let them back in. That's their stated goal. That's why this is all nonsense and it's just out and out racism. Goodness. And let's take a look at somebody who...
This week we saw the release of a report which highlighted that the...
Also, what channel is this? I saw this. What is this? It's like Britain's most loved news brand, GBN. Anyway, I want to take a look at this.
UK is among the least religious places in the world. I found it sad but unsurprising. Marriage rates are plummeting to their lowest on record at just over 200,000 per year. At the same time, abortion rates are rising to overtake them at just over 200.
Ah, yes. Well, that is true. If you have more abortions, you will have a lower birth rate.
1,000 per year. So instead of starting families, we are ending them, prenatal. Coincidentally, 3.3 million people in the UK report to be clinically lonely, up 1 million since the pandemic. Families are out, promiscuity is in, and the result is loneliness. As a nation, it seems we have lost our foundation. That foundation...
And keep in mind, do you notice how all of that were all a bunch of moralistic judgments? That none of that had to do with numbers, with the state of the economy. It's all just the social fabric is breaking down. Well, why don't you kind of explore you can always tell, and something that I kind of think about when I hear stuff like this, or when I talk to people, is you can kind of tell someone's intention on any kind of political topic, where their actual concern is, based on how far they want to dig. This person, or at the very least, whatever story he's covering, wants to stop digging at what did he say? What was that line? Sorry.
Foundation. That lost our foundation. As a nation, it seems we have lost our foundation. That foundation was Christianity. Faith.
Oof. Sorry, 1 second.
Lost our foundation.
I want
1 million since the pandemic. Families are out, promiscuity is in, and the result is loneliness.
Like, again, those are all moral values. Family is a moral value. You can say that, like, it tracks with, like, better outcomes, but that's still really, that, like, at the end of the day, the freedom to choose or not choose a family is, like, you have a choice between better outcomes, or maybe, you know, maybe that outcome isn't even preferable to you. Like, that's kind of how freedom works, right? But for these guys, it's just like, it's all moral nonsense. Instead of, and it's all cultural. Instead of being like every single poll, especially here in the United States, tells you the same thing. It's affordability. And every single time one of these guys gets on here, never wants to talk about economics. Ever. Never wants to talk about the affordability of families. Never wants to talk about the affordability of housing. Ever. Because those things are choices that a society makes through its legislation. And there are people who he supports who are most likely social conservatives who pass laws that are detrimental to the economic well-being of most of the citizens. Meaning they're not going to be raising their wages. They're not going to be fighting for housing justice and fighting to make sure that as many people can get housing as they can. No. What's going to happen, unfortunately, is just going to be that he's going to sit here and say, and we already saw a preview of this, he's going to say it's religion. A decline in religion is going to mean a decline in families and a decline in and an increase in in abortions. When in actuality, in the real world, if families could still live off of one paycheck, be able to still afford a reasonable house, if people had the ability, especially here in the US, to buy starter homes, do you think religion would play any part into this? No. Because at the end of the day, like, more people would have access to a better life and more room to have families. I am 30. I do not have kids. And it's not because I've strayed away from God. It's because I and my significant other cannot afford it. It's unaffordable to have children. It has nothing to do with Jesus. Absolutely nothing. But again, that's, all they have is the religious talking point, because it's all fugazi. It's all bullshit. It's all fairy dust. It's all nonsense. It's all just like moralistic bullshit. Moralistic judgments.
It seems we have lost our foundation. That foundation was Christianity. Faith, hope, and charity are the core Christian values which inspired the British Empire's values of freedom, fraternity, and federation. At some point, we lost track of that, and in recent years, we have scrambled to define our national values. Michael Gove came up with democracy, rule of law, and tolerance of people of different faiths and none. Not exactly inspiring. Without a faithful bedrock, we're just plucking
Wait, that's not inspiring?
Ideas out of thin air. We're not a democracy, not really. We're a constitutional monarchy. We don't seem to have much of a rule of law these days either. You only have to look at numerous...
Oh, so this dude's like a fascist. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Videos by the infamous TikTok fool to see who gets away with invading people's private property to notice that. And as for tolerance of other faiths and none, well, that's a large part of the problem we face, actually. We've gone from...
Research reveals that 81% of renters in the UK are spending more than 30% of their take-home pay on rent, which means that most Brits are now classified as rent burden, and it's getting worse. I don't even know when was this? May? Yeah. Like, again, every single metric here in the United States, and I'm willing to bet there in the UK, says the same thing, which is that it is unaffordable in 2023 to start families at a younger age than it was 30 to 40 years ago. It just is. And because these people, because these racist, fascist bigots have nothing else to offer their voters, they look to culture. The Conservative Party in the UK has no interest in fixing fixing any kind of housing issues. They just don't. The same way that they don't here in the United States. So, what do they have left? We can fearmonger about other religions. We can fearmonger about brown people. We can fearmonger about immigration. But at the end of the day, even if the UK, restricted all immigration, you wouldn't see a rise in the birth rates. Not at all. You would see the same numbers because you've never fixed the problem of unaffordability in your society.
3/4 of people believing in God to under half. Generation Z have the lowest levels of belief at 37%. And this is at the same time that the BBC is publishing articles promoting the Satanic Temple, with a headline this week reading, "The Satanic Temple, think you know about Satanists? Maybe you don't." Has this
Maybe you should have read the article, you fucking idiot.
Tolerance of different faiths and none gone too far? It comes from the liberal school of thought that...
Also, yeah, wait, what was this? What was this? Great Britain's news? Is that what that was? It's clear
all ideas are equal.
This is pretty clearly a, let's see, Britain, whatever, yeah. I'm kind of curious now. I mean, this is pretty obvious, like a community, maybe? King Charles don't care. Wait, what is this? Whoa, I saw a poll. Boris Johnson misled the Commons in 5 different ways. Oh, I don't care. Oh, yeah. Yep. Obsession over Prince. Why are people so mad and obsessed about this guy? Net migration. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's this entire thing. Migration soars to highest levels of records as Tories fail to deliver on their promise. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is Conservative Network. Yeah, this feels like, this does feel a bit like Fox News. Yeah, and the question is, all right, you took in 606,000 people. Okay, what was the harm done? Like, if you're so concerned with birth rates, what was the actual harm then? And the harm is there are not white people and traditional Britons having children.
And all cultures are equal. That is demonstrably untrue. Satanism, the worship of the devil, is quite literally evil. If God is love and Christianity is the worship of an ever-loving God, Satanism is the worship of the absence of love. How can that possibly be a good thing for society? To make matters worse, the UK birth rate...
Well, the funny thing is it's actually not really about a good or bad. It's about freedom. At the end of the day, and granted, this person clearly is, again, this person is a fascist. They don't actually care about freedom. But it's fairly obvious. It's like, people get to choose what they believe in. As long as it doesn't harm people, then it's fine. And by harm, of course, I don't mean like in this really abstract, like, oh, but like Satanists believe in abortion. That's harm. It's like, no, it's not. Abortion. Satanists did not invent abortion. There's just a at the end of the day, like Satanism is just oppositional to Christianity, but every other religion is oppositional to each other anyway. They're all competing to be the one true religion. Like, doesn't matter. You either let all of them exist and be equal, or you privilege one over another. This person obviously wants to privilege Christianity.
Rate is in peril. Half of adults are ruling out having children. Our birth rate is around 1.5.
I wonder why. Is it because of Satanism?
We have been at a standard 2.4 children since the 70s, and our birth rates have been declining since the...
It's funny because it's since the 70s, and like here in the United States, around the mid-70s is when the Supreme Court ruled that money is speech, and ever since then our politics have been utterly captured by special interests. But interesting that it's the same time period.
Sexual revolution of the 60s, no coincidence there. Woo! We're not replacing ourselves. Instead, we continue to immorally import cheap foreign labor. Net migration is looking to top 1 million this year.
Also, do you notice how he keeps like shifting from like morals about like families and about the goodness of families to then he wants to shift when he wants to deride immigration, then it becomes suddenly about economics? Do you notice that? Do you notice how it never sticks with one or the other? It's always fucking ping-ponging between the two. That, like, when you want to make a moral, you know, because they've been making moral arguments this entire time. But then when they want to deride immigration, they're like, oh, let's make it about the economy. Even though immigration is helpful to the economy because it makes sure that your worker base continues to grow, even though your natural-born citizens aren't, like, having kids because you've made it so unaffordable. And immigrants who, like, come over. Like, at the end of the day, poor people have more kids because they just don't have the resources to always keep up with their birth control and stuff like that. Whereas rich people know how costly it is to have children, so they just don't end up having them.
Yeah. Are we prioritizing Christian refugees from northern Nigeria, where 200 priests have been killed in the past 6 weeks?
No, fuck
Or from South Sudan, where they're also being persecuted? Of course not.
No, fuck them.
Muslims remain the second largest religious group among the migrant population of Great Britain.
I wonder
More
why
than
that
double
is.
That of Hindus, Sikhs,
Could it
and
possibly
Buddhists.
because of the...
So long as we continue to import masses of immigrants with values that are not necessary.
Yeah, what is it? Could that possibly be because of the what's the word I'm looking for? The disintegration of the region of the Middle East. Could it possibly be because of that?
Necessarily aligned with our own Christian values. At the same time,
It's
as
almost like the
refusing
places
to get
that
married or
you're,
have children ourselves,
those other
and
places
allowing
aren't doing
mainstream
nearly as
media
worse
outlets
as
to promote evil. Of course, we're going to become a godless society.
Godless society. Yeah, and keep in mind, again, like the whole godless society thing is just like you don't believe in Christ, therefore your society is terrible, and it's just like, all right, whatever, man, that's your opinion, that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is like freedom of religion and freedom to believe what you want. And these people, quite frankly, have no interest in actually defending that freedom. They only have an interest in promoting their religion. But, you know, the end of the day, just trending under politics, but it was a damn shame. At the end of the day, you know, that's how you know it like when it comes down to it, they won't, you know, they'll eventually end with like, you know, it's just because our religions can't get along. Well, it seems like you know, immigrants from the Middle East come to the UK because there are, you know, there's an agreement, or at the very least an understanding that the UK will take them in. And then there's like, you know, racists and religious bigots who don't want them there. And that kind of seems like a you problem, you know? If you're like made uncomfortable by somebody with a different religious background and belief than you, excuse me, oh my God, there's a trio right there. A hiccup and a burp. Oh wait, no, I didn't sneeze. But yeah, you know, if that's kind of a you problem. And also, again, people aren't having kids. Nowhere, do you notice nowhere did he cite any statistic that says that like gave an explanation as to why people, because people, if you ask them, they will tell you what the reason is. But he's not interested in actual people's opinions. He's only interested in like these like narrow statistics to use to kind of forward the narrative. You know, you bring up like birth rates, you bring up religious rates, you bring up abortion rates, all to kind of say like, okay, this is the reason why people aren't having kids. When you could just poll people and they'll just tell you why they're not having kids. But again, it's the difference between being interested in people and being interested in using people. But okay. Should we do the Barbie thing? Let's do the Barbie thing real quick because that's lighthearted. Okay, so I'm not sure if you've heard, but this week there are two movies coming to theaters, two very large movies. One being Oppenheimer, the Christopher Nolan biopic of the guy behind the atomic bomb, and Mattel's Barbie. Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, really great director. I've seen a couple of her movies. I actually haven't seen Little Women, but I've heard it's very good. But directed by Greta Gerwig, it's stars Margot Robbie. It looks pretty fun, right? Can we watch a bit of the? No, I don't think we can. Pretty sure I'll get DMCA'd. Fuck. You've seen the trailer. Go Google the trailer. But so Barbie being a pretty old brand, there's a lot of people who are like hung up about the kind of movie. And like, okay, so let's be really, really clear. The conservative pole of this country has had a time-honored tradition of being the sourpuss in the room, being the always upset, always triggered, always bothered by something group, right? And what's funny to me is I think they recognize they've been really pushing the fact that, you know, they're the populace, that they're the silent majority, that they're the cool ones, right? That's always kind of been a thing. In conservative media, there's always been this drive, this effort to paint their politics and their side as the popular and the majoritarian mindset, right? And what they've done that a lot through media, trying to align themselves with successful movies. I think we saw this maybe last year. I think that came out last year with Top Gun Maverick, with the sequel to Top Gun, where, you know, conservatives screeched on about how conservative Top Gun was. And I didn't really see it just because I didn't even see the first one. So I kind of need to see that one to start with. But like, from what I gathered, it wasn't really a movie about conservatism at all. It was about planes and Tom Cruise and jets. Like, that's kind of it. That's what Top Gun is, pretty much just all about the spectacle of jet fighting. And that's not a jet fighting is not a conservative value. It's just the thing the military does. But they wanted to turn it into, like, you know, they wanted to turn it into this culturally conservative thing, the same way they always want to turn every Marvel movie. They want to turn any movie that stars anybody who's not white into a woke film, right? We always kind of see that. And I noticed over the weekend, Fox News has kind of begun their efforts for this weekend now with Barbie. They're probably not going to claim Oppenheimer, mainly because that's like too, I don't want to say like, it's just like, Oppenheimer at the end of the day is a movie about like the guy who made the atomic bomb. And I don't know if that has like the mass appeal that Barbie does, but they want to claim that like, Barbie's gone woke or whatever, even though Barbie's kind of always been rather progressive in the vague politics that it supports. But let's go take a look here. Let's go take a look at some whining. You'll notice the name of the video mentions Bud Light, because they also like need to let people know, they need people to believe that Bud Light is bad and conservatives don't like Bud Light, and they took it down for you, the American person. You know, your rent might have gone up, your mortgage might have gone up, or your ability to buy food, to pay for housing, everything else in life might have gotten worse over the last couple of years. But hey, conservatives took down Bud Light, that beer that you probably don't drink. So anyway, let's get into it.
Tudor Dixon is host of the Tudor Dixon podcast, and Peachy podcast, and Peachy Keenan is the Federalist senior contributor and author of Domestic Extremists. I'm going to start with you, Peachy, because you wrote a great article,
A Practical Guide to Winning the Culture War,
about this in Revolver. And you say that this movie is the slickest, most visually appealing, and therefore most insidious packaging of feminist cliches and trans grooming that you have ever seen.
Amazing. To put that in like normal human speak instead of lizard person degenerate speak, what she means is it's well filmed, well acted, and a good movie. And we're now going to attempt to make the argument that it isn't. We are going to take the loser side on this, and they've accepted this already. We're going to take the loser side of this, and while millions upon millions of Americans this weekend go out to the box office and go and watch Barbie and enjoy it and everything else, Fox News is going to screech on their network about how woke it is, and everyone's going to point and laugh at them. I don't know why they do this. I think it's mainly because like they're out of touch, but This is gonna be the thing for this weekend. We're just gonna hear a whole lot of screeching about this.
Tell us more.
Yeah. I have two daughters. I have a 7-year-old and a 14-year-old, and they've been talking about going to see Barbie for weeks now. They've seen the posters.
Yep.
They saw a trailer before
It
the
is Barbie.
Spider-Man movie. And I didn't even know
Barbie.
it wasn't like PG, but apparently it's PG-13. It's full of
Yeah. It says that at the beginning of the trailer. Learn to read.
suggestive humor. And I found out
Yep.
last week they somehow didn't let anyone know this with the marketing campaign that one of Barbie's main 3 sidekicks is, surprise, surprise, a man. I mean, is nothing sacred?
Wait, Ken's a man. Also, Alan is a man. I'm really confused. I'm assuming she means they're a trans woman. But what's actually also really funny is the idea that like she quoted suggestive themes, right? And wait, actually, I'm kind of curious now. Now I actually am curious. What's the MPAA rating? Nope. God damn it. MPAA rating. Okay, I'm kind of curious. Let's see. It has. Can I see the thing? Can I see the PG-13 rating? Thank you. Oh, here it is. Suggestive references and brief language, which basically means they make a couple. This is going to be like a couple lewd jokes, and there's a bit of language in it. Probably just enough to get you out of a PG rating. Because a PG rating, like I don't remember what the lines are, but a PG rating. Oh fuck, Canada gave it a PG. Granted, there's probably a bit different. But yeah. Like brief language. The fact that it's brief language and not language means that there's probably almost like no cursing in this, but just a little bit. Also, yeah, you can already see suggestive references in like the trailer, in the part where like Ken's like, hey, maybe I could come over and stay over the night, and we could do like boyfriend girlfriend stuff, and like we all know that that's like sex, right? But like Barbie is like, well, what do you mean by that? And like Ken's like, I have no idea, because like the joke is that they're toys. They don't have sex organs. Barbie and Ken don't have sex. It's not a thing because they're toys, and that's the. But again, like it's funny because like they have to have this stuff explained to them because they're so fucking like their media literacy is so fucking garbage, and like. Everything offends these people. They're like, like Barbie is now transgender. Is Margot Robbie trans? Do any of you think? I'm sorry, but like you're fucking. You have some fucking brainworms. You think Margot Robbie is trans? Jesus.
Sacred. There aren't a lot of movies that appeal to little girls, and this was one of them. But now it's off the list, and I don't really know.
What is she talking about? First of all, there aren't a lot of movies that appeal. Like, if you want movies that appeal to kids, they're all going to be like straight to DVD or on like Netflix and stuff. If we're talking like, and also, even if you want to say that, I actually think I would grant a little bit of that because cinema in general is ran by mostly men for decades and even to today. Most of what gets popular is stuff that's aimed at men. It's called this thing called a patriarchy. That we live in a very patriarchal society. There's a reason why when Twilight got popular, every single man, every single boy would never let women forget that those movies are awful and that they're losers for watching them. Like people got so fucking rabid at Twilight fans just because a studio deigned to have a movie marketed and centered around the interests of young girls. Like the thing our society hates more than almost anything else is young girls. Absolutely. But and this motherfucker has no problem with that. She doesn't want more women-centric things. This is just an angle of attack for her.
What they were thinking. They just gave Barbie the Bud Light treatment, which probably looks pretty stupid in retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, Tudor, it just I don't get it.
It's too bad a movie isn't
more Barbies
shitty
than I can count
beer.
in my house because of all my girls. Why won't they let our little girls have anything? It's not even profitable.
They're getting a Barbie movie, you dumb bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? They're also getting a Barbie movie that appeals to all of them. But all of these people already said their kids are looking forward to this. Like,
I mean, Disney lost $900 million on the last 3 woke children's films they put out.
You know, the only thing I will say about this, obviously, I haven't seen the movie. It's not.
also, we're not going to look it up. Let me put it to you this way. When they say, and I'm not going to verify this, but I have a simple guess because everyone plays this game. When they want to push this talking point, they'll say like, "Oh, Disney lost like X amount of money on this like woke Disney project." Go check the worldwide box office and pair that with the budget. Actually, let's do it. Let's do it for the newest one because I know that they're gonna reference Little Mermaid. So let's do that really, really quickly. Little Mermaid, box office. Fuck me. Mojo. Let's take a look. Also, we want $250 million. You can almost guarantee. Let's take a look. You can almost guarantee, by the way. Yeah, can I see production? Can I get the budget really quickly? Okay. So what was it? It was $250 million. Box office Little Mermaid swimming $220 million plus over Memorial Day weekend. And box office soars impressive worldwide totals. I know that, but I want the budget, goddammit. Okay, let's assume the budget is this exact same number. So let's assume it's 500 million, right? Let's make that assumption. So, assuming it's probably not. I don't know. Wait, what if we do marketing budget? Marketing budget. I'm sure somebody's live action remake budget. Collider might have it. Quick links. What was the budget for The Little Mermaid? Cost 260. However, the reception towards the film. What's the marketing budget then? How is Little Mermaid doing at the box office? Budget compared to Little Mermaid animated film. Oh God, like you can almost guarantee this costs way more too. Like they'd be better off doing animated ones. No, this doesn't really tell me either. So unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to find the budget with the marketing budget, mainly because they don't ever tell you that. But you can kind of assume that it's like somewhere around like even if we grant the maximalist number, right? If we double its budget and it's 500, it made 47 million, including its total worldwide take, and it's still making. It's finally hit under 1 million here during the weekdays, so it's probably got a little bit longer. And then also you have like the streaming, you have Disney Plus that it's going to be on, which might drive some subscription numbers. Although again those are very obscured, but like 900 million, that's like DC losses, because DC's been taking some fucking losses. Like, keep in mind, the budget is 250. It made twice that, according to these numbers we can verify. Something like, what am I doing? Well, I'm already on box office. Something like The Flash, for example. All right. Well, The Flash made 263. Its budget, and I'm only really picking on The Flash because it was an expensive movie. 200 million. Oh my God, with production budget of 200 and advertising budget of at least 65. The Flash must make around 265 million to 400 million global to break even. It's at 263 and it is not going well at all. So like, this will end up being a lot worse than the other. What's the domestic track look like? Oh, they've been well below for a while now. Nah, that's not good. But yeah, like this is an L. This is a supreme L right here. This is like, oh, you're losing a ton of money on these movies. The Disney ones, if they lose money, they're loss leaders. And also Disney can afford it at the end of the day. Warner Brothers can't quite do that the same. And at the end of the day, also, it's not going to matter. This is already doing incredibly well. I'll look that up while we finish up this video, but this is already doing incredibly well.
Not out yet, but in the preview, we see the one character come out and she's holding the high heel and she's holding the Birkenstock and she says, you have to make a choice. You can live in this pink utopia or you have to go to the real world. And I thought it was funny because I'm like, I kind of see like a biblical reference here where the
Oh my God, I hate all of you. It's just a joke because fucking hipsters wear Birkenstocks. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hate all of you. You're all the worst kind of people.
serpent is saying. You can either choose to know all, and she ends up not wanting to, but she chooses that. And I thought, well, I'd like to see how it plays out, because from the perspective of a mom who has 4 girls and having watched many Barbie shows, I just sort of wonder, when she goes to the real world, is it really ugly? Because there are a lot of things that
No, it's gonna be the real fucking, oh my God, she lives in an idealistic, like, the character lives in an idealistic version of the United States. Like, oh my goodness. Like, the whole joke is that she goes to the real world and finds out, oh, everything's not all sunshine and rainbows. Oh my God. But most likely I can almost guarantee you the story is going to be about her, like, rejecting, like, the shitty aspects of the real world and, like, holding strong in her, like, positive outlook on life and stuff. And, like, the moral of the story is most likely gonna just be that, like, hey, the world kind of sucks, but it doesn't mean that you have to choose to validate that. You can live your life in, like, a full a vivid, lively way, even while everything else around you is crumbling, because at the end of the day, like, you make your destiny in your life and you're in control of it. Like, that's I already, like, this is rather normal storytelling. This isn't hard, people. For God's sakes. Like Barbie Barbie at this point is like an archetype, right? It's the archetypical blonde American, like, woman, and, like, this the whole Barbie world is all about this idyllic, never really existed world, but, like, it's always supposed to be, you're supposed to embrace those kinds of, like, that kind of positive energy and, like, live your life in a positive kind of way, even though, like, while having an understanding that, like, the world isn't like that, and that not everything around you is always idyllic, but you can be positive in a world that is rather negative. Like, oh my goodness.
that are really ugly that little girls need to understand. And I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but it might just show people that it is nice to have a man who dotes on you, and you have a career, and you raise your sisters, and you're a really strong woman. And perhaps the real world where men are not so great is not so great.
Well, I'm Latina, Tudor, and so I always pick the high heel, never the Birkenstock. So great to have you both on, and thanks for the warning.
This is just like women, like honest to God, they don't understand that, like, the character of Barbie in the beginning is probably going to be rather naive and, like, unaware of the world and kind of stupid. And the whole movie is going to be about her learning about the world, learning about, like, all of the contradictions of it. And then, like, still like embracing that idyllic, sense of, like, positivity, which is good. These people have no fucking media literacy. It's really embarrassing. And you know what? At the end of the day, I'm happy for them to take the unpopular position that this movie isn't good, or, like, it's too woke or whatever, because they're gonna have egg on their face in a couple days. Movie, let's see. Yeah, because I want to find, because it's opening right now. Let's see. I don't think I can. Also, it's just gonna do well off the back of everybody knowing who Barbie is. Like, Barbie's kind of a cultural touchstone. Let's see. Little Mermaid pulling in general audiences. Okay, let's see. Cruising onto tracking today. Hot would be a hot. While Warner's conservatively is saying 60 million, tracking shows that Barbie is bigger than last month's The Little Mermaid, pulling in general audiences and young women under 25. To put it in perspective, my theater didn't really get busy for The Little Mermaid, and Little Mermaid did pretty well its opening. Whereas this is doing like incredibly well at my theater, which means it's probably going to do even better elsewhere. I want to know what the numbers are like. Highest pre-sales of all time. Ooh, here we go. Really? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is a Spanish website. I can't read this. It's in Spanish. I can't read this. Yeah, I really just want to know pre-sales. Long range box office forecast. Ooh, okay, here we go. Yeah, what are the forecasts like? For Barbie, opening weekend range is going to be anywhere between 55 to 85 mil. Domestic total range, they're looking at 120 to 226. I feel like that's really lowballing it. 55 for first weekend is very, very good. 85 is also very good. But ooh, I don't know about that. This is when did this get published? June 22nd. Oh no, these are out of date. Open. Let's take a look. Open caption pre-sales. Oh, here we go. Open caption pre-sales for Barbie rose to 5.06 tickets to screen time ratio. So far, oh, that's a really funny metric to use. Reduced cinema tickets, Barbie pre-sale. Barbie pre-sale codes, passwords. Okay. Actually, let's take a look. Shall we have some fun? Let's have some fun. Let's do something a little less scientific here. Let's go with, stop it. Advance tickets. Oh God. Is that my old? No. Oh, what is it? Fuck it. Do I need zip code? Let's just do Denver. Okay. Cherry Creek. Let's go with a big one. Let's go with this one. This one is, oh my God. 24 theaters. Hit me with it. Okay, let's go. I want to see what they're, because I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Occupied. This is, let's see. You got some shit in the back, which might fill up. Like, keep in mind, this is pre-sales. That means these aren't walk-ups. People are going to probably walk into a lot of these. Let's see. And this is, when is this for? Can you tell me when this is? When is this? Oh, Thursday. Let's see. 3 o'clock showing. That usually doesn't. Oh, 3:30. Here we go. Oh, yeah. This is the first real after work showing. Oh, yeah. All it is front row. All it is front row. There's a few smatterings right then and there. Let's see. This one, let's go with the 640. This one's a smaller theater, but everything in the back section's pretty much taken. What is this? Let's take a look. 820. That's going to fill up. And again, keep in mind, like, the reason why I say, like, this, you might be like, oh, but half the theater, you still have half the theater. It ain't going to be half the theater, because this is all going to get filled up, or they're just going to open another auditorium. But yeah. I'll be really interested to see how well this does, because, like, every sign I've seen says this is going to be probably the biggest movie of the year. I would guess, or at the very least, certainly the biggest weekend with Oppenheimer too. Just because both of them are going to send audiences to the theater, and a lot of people are probably going to be, going to see one, if not both of them, because that's like the cool thing to do. Go see both. All right. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take like a quick break. I'm gonna grab some water, and then we'll come back and we'll look at the genderqueer thing, because I guess that's something that we need to talk about. Let's see. Anyway, what am I looking for? Right, this one. All right, cool. So, people, all right, so I logged on today onto the hellscape, that is Twitter, and I found apparently genderqueer was trending. So I was kind of curious. I was like, all right, should we maybe let's take a look at this, and we'll let that roll into the Tim Pool video that we're going to watch. What's it called? Genderqueer. It's a book. People have a lot of varying opinions on this book. For whatever reason, it seems to be that people seem to get really, really touchy about it. I to this day, I don't know why. I know a lot of it is, oh, damn it. Oh, that meme just left. Oh, no, show me that meme again. That was a good meme. This was a good, fuck. Photos, maybe? Can I find the thing? Oh man, can I not? Is the Patrick one not gonna pop up? No, I want the Patrick one. Okay. Genderqueer is something the largest teacher association in the U.S. is pushing. Okay. All right, these are censored, so we should be good. All right. Let's take a look, shall we? Avert your eyes if you're fragile. Oh wait, what is this? Anyway, yeah, avert your eyes if you're easily triggered. All right, so it's a book. Okay, here we go. Oh, I saw this one earlier. Okay, good. I'm glad I could find this again. It should be unconstitutional to have genderqueer in schools today, but when you have to sexualize and groom children to fulfill your perversion, what the fuck was that? Oh, open this. I don't want that. To fulfill your perversion, it becomes necessary, doesn't it? You are cosplaying to prey on the weakest in our society. So, I guess the real question is, like, first of all, it should be unconstitutional. We should be writing a constitutional law to ban one specific book from libraries. That seems a bit weird. Sexualizing groomed children. So again, this is one of those things where it's like, children don't know anything about sex and anything about anything that goes on, even though I think we're all pretty aware that, like, by like 9, you've probably been exposed to some form of like nudity in cinema, or even like, you know, you had a classmate who drew like a dick on something, because who doesn't draw dicks on things? Famously school age children who don't draw crude dick drawings on everything. But yeah, like, this is like, I know there's been like a lot of issues, but it's like, all right, it's a book, it's about sex. And I guess the question always becomes to me, it's like, all right, if you don't think this is useful, right? Like, the question becomes, right? The question is always gets posed to people. Do you think this is appropriate for children? To which the actual answer, do you want to know what the real answer is? The real answer is, well, it kind of depends. Ask every single parent in the United States. You're not going to get the same answer. You're going to get a pretty wide range. And most likely the most common thread you're going to find throughout that range is going to be the usefulness. If you are a parent and you don't think this book is useful to your child, you will probably say it's probably not appropriate because it's not really useful. It's not information that my child needs. But if you're somebody who does have a child that this might be useful for, this might be helpful in them understanding who they are, then you would say, yeah, this is a valuable book for them to read. It's really contextual. Like almost every book we have, it's some books are useful for people, some books are not useful for others. Like, it's not when it comes to media, when it comes to literature, there isn't this. I don't think that there is a book out there that is 100% useful or that is unhelpful to absolutely nobody. I don't think that's like a thing that can exist. I think all literature, all media for that matter, is useful to at least one person in one way or another. Whether it be something like the Holy Bible. Do I think the Holy Bible, the King James Holy Bible, is appropriate for my children? No, I do not, because I don't think it's useful for them. I don't find the Bible to be a useful tool for my kids, or at the very least, it's not how I would look at it. It wouldn't be but others do. Christians do. Even people who aren't that religious find the values in the Bible to be useful, even if the theology isn't as much, right? Like, and again, that's kind of, that's been pretty much my approach. Is this actual? No, it's not. And this has been my approach this entire time. They'll say like, oh, they don't belong in schools. Well, I don't really agree. I think kids should have access to as much literature as everybody else. And I also think not all literature, when we get into book bannings, it's just going to end up being it's just going to fall along ideological lines. It's just going to be, oh, I don't think this is appropriate because I'm a Christian. or, you know, it's not a value I hold. But like, not everyone holds all of your values at the end of the day. But oh, I don't know what this is. It's a bit odd. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is lovely. So I'm really curious. Actually, can I show this? I don't know if I can show this. Also, I can't zoom in. God, why do you have such a shit platform, Elon? Let's see. Kids. Okay, family. Let me see if I can find this photo. All right, let's see. Oh, lovely. So, oh, I love this. Okay. I don't think. Okay, so somebody put. Can I show this? There's not nudity in it technically. Okay, so my favorite thing is there is a there's people who are posting on Twitter this picture of Genderqueer, the book, alongside pictures of a bunch of naked men standing around as a family walks past them. And, you know, the caption is when naked men, oh, damn it. I don't know if I can show this. I mean, again, it's blurred, right? Like it's blurred, right? Like I should be safe for that, right? Socialists in control. Oh, geez. Oh man. Okay. We'll have to like not. I'll show like this. I'll show a bit of the photo because I don't know if I'll get fucking yeeted off the platform. When naked men can walk the streets with our kids on the sidewalk and not in handcuff, we've lost our minds. When 7-year-old Bobby is told he can be Debbie and given book Genderqueer, telling him how to suck a penis and enjoy anal sex, we've lost our minds. Also, keep in mind this 7-year-old is made up. This person is a pedophile. We've lost our minds. When middle school girls have to pee, poop, shower with boys pretending to be girls, disagree, and you're a racist bigot. Well, no, why is it? Are you a racist? You're just a bigot and a transphobe. Like what? I don't know why it's like racist. It's probably because he is a racist and a bigot. So and a homophobe. Like this person, all of these things. They are a pedophile. They are racist. They are a bigot. They are a homophobe. They are a transphobe. At the end of the day, like a 7-year-old wanting to be referred to as Debbie, and then reading a book that gives them an understanding of their identity is good for them. That's helpful. This would be a scenario where I would say, is genderqueer appropriate? Yeah, seems like it would be helpful for them. It seems like they're going through a similar journey that the writer of genderqueer went through. This book might be something that is useful to them, something that allows them to approach the world and know how to approach the world and know who they are at the end of the day. Let's see. You know, regardless of whether it's all the rest of this stuff, again, they want to make it a 7-year-old because at the end of the day, they're pedophiles and they can't get their mind off of kids and sex. When most likely you probably wouldn't give this to a 7-year-old anyway. If a 7-year-old is feeling like Debbie, feeling like they want to go by Debbie, and if they want to start like kind of socially transitioning, then, you know, you would just socially transition them. And then when they're ready, then you can hand them this book. But again, I'm on the side of that being up to the parents and when they feel it's appropriate for their children to learn that kind of information. What's funny is there are probably going to be more young kids who find the genderqueer book now before they would have ever had an awareness of it because conservatives made it into such a touchstone. But yeah, the whole thing with walking. Okay, so there's a bunch of dudes. I'm going to let you assume what the bottom of this picture. Oh, wait, I'm in the way. Sorry. Apologies. Where am I? Where's my, yeah, I'm going to let you take a guess as to what's below the, oh, wait. What's below this threshold here? Down here at the bottom right where I normally am. I'm protecting you from the blurred out penises and protecting myself a little bit. But yeah, this picture, luckily, as kind of expected. The claim is showing a picture showing 2 children walking in public past 4 naked men standing next to bikes captured a Pride-themed event in June 2023. Let's see. Miscaptioned. On June 27, 2023, Paul Golding, leader of a far-right Britain First group, tweeted a photograph of a young boy and a girl walking past 4 naked men who were standing next to bicycles. In Golding's caption, he wrote, "And lefties wonder why I'm against all LGBT pride crap. I'm not daft. Da-da-da-da-da." Let's see. For everything we can find, yes, this photo really did show children walking past at least 4 naked men, where genitalia have been blurred out in the tweet. In fact, there were likely many more naked men and women just outside of frame. As for the truth about the setting, the picture, however, was captured at the World Naked Bike Ride in London and not a specific Pride event. So keep in mind, like, it's no different than a nudist beach just for biking and completely normal. Like, people who get upset about that are prudes. But again, they want to use that as like as a big, what's the word I'm looking for? As oh, look what Pride's doing. It's not a Pride event. It's a biking event for cis people, really for everybody. And also there are women there. So it's not just when naked men can walk the streets. It's when naked people can. Let me take a look here. If I can find some more lovely deranged tweets. Is there anything more depressing and normalizing of impoverished women selling their reproductive capabilities? Oh, this is a different story. Why is this in the genderqueer section? I'm a bit curious. What the fuck? I'm confused by what I just watched. Conservative who have 3 pages from genderqueer bookmarked and say it on their phone every time book.
Look at it! Look at it! I want all of you to look at it! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it!
That's quite good. That's quite good. They are a bit obsessed, aren't they?
So she hip thrusting while.
Let's see, what is this? A clip from my full review of the book Genderqueer, a book that the left and the NEA, largest teachers union in America, wants to keep in our school, in our high school libraries. Notice, high school. How old are high school kids? 13 and above. Which means they're already in sex ed.
While thinking of my latest gay shit.
Like, high school, you mean? Whoa. Man, the time. I am so shit. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to move this. Here when... let's do 0. The time up. Whoops. Time period. And mostly, and the reason why I'm including this this lunch table part is mainly because this is, honest to God, this is primarily where people learn about sex, is from their idiot friends in high school, and from like sex ed. Like it's unshocking and honestly uncontroversial.
Hip thrusting while thinking of my latest gay ship. So this woman, this girl, when she was just 13, this is how old she was when she was having these fantasies, was fantasizing being a gay man and having a penis.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Again, this is the book that
cool
the NEA wants teachers to have in the classroom.
Is there something wrong with that?
And the NEA wants teachers to read over the summer. This is the banned book that the left is freaking out.
Wait. They want teachers to read it, so they want educators to be educated about the books that are in their library, especially ones that are like politically important. It almost sounds like the most normal thing that teachers do. Okay.
Teachers to read over the summer. This is the banned book that the left is freaking out about that was in our high schools and still in some of them.
Tell
Again,
people again who just came on what the
let's remember high school. Do you notice that, like, at first it was all about, like, so did you notice how that tweet from that one racist transphobe pedophile on Twitter was talking about, like, 7-year-olds, but now the conversation is about high schoolers? Do you notice how they can't seem to stick to an age range that they keep getting upset about? And the reason for that is because they keep finding this book in high schools, a more appropriate age range for the book. But, you know, because they keep finding it in high schools, they have to keep pretending to talk about young children. And then, like, you know, and hopefully you don't notice that they're talking about high schoolers.
NEA is.
The NEA is the National Teacher Educational Association, the largest teachers union in California. By the way, that's my husband who's on this live.
Man, good for that. Good for the NEA. Let's see another clip. Oh no.
Sister, and there's this page where she's having a discussion with her sister.
Oh my God.
And the sister is telling her, it never really occurred to you to put something into your vagina, not even a finger. It really didn't. So you've never tasted yourself. What? No. Ew. Wait, you have? Haha. Of course, you should try. And so.
And keep in mind, again, these people are prudes, and they want to pretend that this stuff doesn't happen. Quite frankly, at the end of the day, this dude's shaking his head because he's, like, kind of grossed out. Because, like, you know, he's like, I'm like grossed out by this. But it's like, this is how people. How do you think boys? How do you think boys figure out what jerking off is, guys? When do you think boys start jerking off? Because I can guarantee you, it's sooner than you think. Like, yeah, but again, it's because it's women. At the end of the day, it's because it's girls. Because we as a society fucking hate young girls and women. Because the idea of them, like, experimenting at young ages with themselves, which is, again, the most normal fucking thing in human history, is like shocking to them. They have no awareness of any of this stuff. But speaking of which,
and the fact of the matter is,
pause real quick. And the fact of the matter is, like, these people are just prudes. You know, at the end of the day, sex education, books like Genderqueer, stuff like that, is helpful in terms of arming children with knowledge of sexual education and an ability to recognize assault, harassment, and sussy behavior by adults. At the end of the day, like, and when it comes to the books, it's just people have a right to read what they want to read. And if you want to say, again, oh, this book isn't appropriate for kids, well, it's not appropriate for some kids. It's probably going to be appropriate for other kids. And when I say kids, I mean the age range in which parents believe that it's appropriate for their kids to read that book. Not everyone should check it out. Not everyone should read it, certainly. But I think everyone should have access if they want to read it, if they want to have an understanding of other people. The rejection of information of a perspective different from yours only makes you ignorant the way these people want you to stay ignorant. That being said, Tim Pool had, which I actually don't, let's see, maybe a girl. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Tim Pool had a drag queen on to talk about Drag Queen Story Hour. It only took him like a year, apparently. And again, I kind of tie this all in because a lot of it is the same kind of, trans, freak out and, targeting of drag shows to kind of get at, gender affirming care.
And the fact of the matter is, most drag performers are not grooming children. Most drag performers, when they are doing...
Unfortunately, she doesn't... Okay, so off the bat, you don't even need to say most at all. You can simply point to, show me the string of child drag groomers. Go ahead. If you had some examples, you would show me them. Are there examples? I don't know. Maybe I'll Google it on the side. We'll find out. I'll Google it on the side. We'll see what the real numbers are.
Engaging in Drag Queen Story Hour, there's benefits to that. The benefits of Drag Queen Story Hour, kids love being read to. I remember being read to as a child. I remember sitting in the library, and I remember the librarian being a little boring and just, oh, kids, here's the story, here you go. When kids are imaginative, kids love imagination and fantasy and fun. And there is something that is very imaginative and fantasy-filled about drag performance, whether or not you are a cis or trans drag performer.
Wait, let me try one more. Yep. Yeah. I can't find even one statistic to even point me in the hemisphere of drag queens or Drag Queen Story Hour being dangerous for kids. There simply isn't grooming happening here. Because for there to be grooming, you would have to see a trend of sexual abuse, to which you don't see. So,
funnily enough,
the only place you see that
read
is
to by drag performers because it's
Catholic
fun
Church.
and it's imaginative and it's fantasy filled, and they're not even saying, okay, you have to be a drag performer, you have to be trans, you have to be LGBTQIA. And that's part of the argument that I disagree with, that LGBTQIA people, and specifically drag performers, are grooming children. We're not grooming them. We're trying to say that you are welcome to be you as you are. If you are cis, heterosexual, fabulous. If you end up being queer, fabulous. We're not trying to steer you any particular way. But I remember,
it's mostly just they're trying to entertain people. That's really it. It's just entertainment. It's not like you don't have to be you don't have to be LGBTQ to enjoy a drag show. They can be just fun. There's no reason why you can't have fun with that. There's a long tradition of men dressing in drag in like Britain. Like it's just not really a big deal.
A queer child. And I remember not having any sort of mentor or model to look at. And I felt very othered and I felt very different. And it actually caused a lot of mental health problems. And so when you actually introduce children to the diversity of gender identity, to the diversity of sexuality, to the diversity of everything other than the cis heteronormative family, you show kids that it's okay to be you as you are. You don't have to follow this particular guideline that is, again, defined by the patriarchy. And you can be whoever you are, and you're welcome to be who you are.
It is defined by the patriarchy.
I'm not saying you must be trans, you must be a drag performer. But if you end up being that when you grow up, great. And I remember not having that sort of influence. And I remember
it's really no different to me than, like, you ever go to school during like career day? Parents show up, they're like, I'm a fireman, I'm in the military, and then you got the you got the dude in the side, dude, I'm a cook, fuck off, it's fucking real. Like that, like you got you got like the businesswoman. Oh, I work in I work for like I don't know, fucking Wall Street or something. I don't fucking know. I'm a legal expert or whatever. You have like all these are giving kids opportunities and like opening their I guess like opening their not their minds, but like their opportunities for them for like, oh, what can I be as an adult? Like as an adult, what can I be? I can be a fireman. I can be a cook who smokes all the time. I can be a lawyer. I can be all of these things. That's no different than what these drag shows are offering to kids. It's simply like for the kids who aren't, LGBTQ, it's a opportunity for them to be around people who aren't like them and to kind of grow a comfort with those sorts of people. And if they are LGBTQ, then that's an opportunity for them to look at adults and be like, hey, like, you're not weird. You're not like some aberrant thing. You're with us. You're a normal person. We're all having fun here. There's nothing controversial about your existence. That's all it's offering to those kids. But like to a lot of these right-wing influencers, they have to be as inflammatory as they can because they want to make money at the end of the day. And because of that, they've gone with this groomer charge, even though they not have one shred of statistical evidence to back any of that up. If they were so concerned, and again, everyone always brings this up, and I'm not going to be any different. If Tim Pool, if any of these people were so concerned about the grooming of children, they would be making video upon video about the Catholic Church. But they're not, because it's not what they're interested in. They're interested in their culture war and making money because some people are bigots. That's it.
The impact that it had on my mental health as a queer youth in the late 1990s
Also, I'm
and the early
loving
2000s,
how
not seeing
articulate
anybody
this
that
person
was
is.
like me anywhere in society. And it made me fearful to be who I am.
Are you familiar with Desmond is Amazing?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts? I'll ask some questions, but I just want to let you open up.
Yeah, I don't know Desmond. I have seen.
You can really tell how like uncomfortable Tim is. I mean, Tim might be a true believer. He might also just be a transphobe, or well, I shouldn't. He might honestly just be. I don't know. I mean, he kind of is a transphobe, but like, I feel like Tim is just somebody who's uncomfortable around, like non-straight people. And for that's why he's so reserved. Like we watched a bit of that, the back and forth with like Emma from the Majority Report from Emma Vigeland. And, you know, he's a lot looser here. He's a lot stiffer. He's a lot more nervous. You know, he's not.
Desmond online. I know that they are a queer youth who wanted to engage in drag. And I think that's perfectly okay. I don't think that Desmond's parents are
Desmond
behind
is
the
amazing.
scenes saying,
11-year-old drag kid performing lip sync as Courtney Love. Okay.
you have to be a drag performer. We're trying to groom you to be trans. There is actually no benefit to it because queer people and trans people are overwhelmingly ostracized in the society that we live in, that I don't think that a person who didn't want to engage in that would choose to engage in that knowing the kind of ostracism and criticism and hatred that would come to follow.
Conservatives always want to play that game of like, you're just being trans for the clout. And it's like, no. What? Like, there are laws being passed against these people. Their lives are being constantly debated and their rights restricted because of their identity. Why would you choose that? Like, why would anybody be interested in choosing like the harder lifestyle? Like, it's idiotic.
Things that I've read about this child are disgusting. And that's so much more horrific than this person saying, I want to put on a skirt and a wig and perform.
Whoa.
You're familiar with go-go dancing, I assume?
Yeah.
And bikini bars?
Sure, yeah.
In many states...
Yeah, those are...
What
Wait,
they
you mean a
define
bar?
as stripping
You
is
mean
the removal of any clothing on
you mean a
stage
bar?
with no nudity. The act of removing clothing is the
place
stripping
where
of clothing.
adults
Tim,
go.
So this is stripping?
If you were on stage for a bunch of adults...
Jeez, dude, he's so uncomfortable. He's like, look at him. He's like, look, this is man. Okay. Let's observe this entire interaction one more time, because that, Tim's usually, Tim has a lot of confidence when he's going against leftists and those who are advocates for trans rights and for the rights of LGBTQ plus folks. But when faced down with an actual member of that community, somebody who is well-spoken clearly, and somebody who's somebody who seems like they're pretty good at this, it seems. They should go on more stuff and just reveal how stupid this is. Look at this dude. He's so fucking terrified, and he knows that he's about to get bodied.
Removal of any clothing on stage with no nudity.
No energy,
act of
no
removing clothing is the
charisma.
stripping of clothing.
So, Tim, this is stripping?
If you were on stage for a bunch of adults...
I'm on stage for a bunch of adults right now.
Offering you money for the explicit purpose of seeing you remove clothing. This is where.
But that's not the definition you just gave, Tim. That's not. Wait. Go back. 1 second.
To put on a skirt and a wig and perform.
Of any clothing on stage with what they define as stripping is
Uh-huh.
the
Hit me
removal
with
of
it.
any clothing
Uh-huh.
on stage with
Uh-huh.
no nudity. The act of removing clothing is the stripping of clothing.
So, Tim,
Did he say with the money, with the nudity, with everything else? No, he didn't. He added all of those caveats afterwards because he knows he looks fucking stupid.
Is stripping?
If you were on stage for a bunch of adults,
I'm on stage for a bunch of adults right now.
offering you money for the explicit purpose of seeing.
Nope, Tim, you didn't say that earlier. You didn't mention for the money with the specific intention because you can't write intention into laws the same way. Like to prove intention is kind of difficult, especially 'cause, like, it's just a higher bar legally to pass.
You remove clothing. This is where you have, context matters, right? Like,
yeah.
I think,
Dude, he's so broken right now. He doesn't know how to respond because he just got made to look like a fucking idiot. Because she took her jacket. Because he said, states, some states in the United States define stripping as the removal of any clothing on a stage. On a stage as a performance. And homegirl's like, oh cool, I have a jacket on. Did I just strip? Is that what happened? Oh well, you see, it has to be like on a stage specifically for money and for the intention of nudity. How we prove that is a bit up in the air, but like, dude, fucking bodied, man. Jesus.
I get where you're going at, Tim, but here's the thing. Drag performers, like there is the reveal of drag. I think that a lot of people just aren't familiar with drag culture.
They don't.
There is
Nobody
this
has
idea of
any
performing
idea what
where
drag
there's a
is.
reveal.
Who bitches
And that
about
doesn't
it.
mean stripping down and being sexual. Taking off a garment to show an undergarment does not mean that it is stripping or being sexual.
So in, I think South Dakota might be the state. There's a bunch of states. Women aren't allowed to be fully nude on stage. So they have what they
Yeah, makes sense. Who the fuck is this guy?
call bikini bars or go-go bars. The women will go on stage and do what is in every.
Also, how many go-go bars do you think there are? How many? Let's look that. What did you say? South. Let's look it up. How Dakota. Let's see. If I do maps, will that like give me? So there are 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, this isn't. That's a bar and restaurant. Okay. So we got, that's a saloon. Okay, that's probably one. No, it's probably not one. Let's see. Kind of a hole in the wall place. Decent dancers. Okay. That's 2. Oh, it's a club. So okay, cool. So we got right. Fuck me. Okay. So we got 1. We had 2 was that one. That's a bar and grill. That's a bar and resort. Let's go 3. We'll go 3. Oh, gentlemen's club. We'll go 3. 3. Let's see. Best staff. Few years. Okay. 4. That's a strip club. That doesn't count. So 3. Like there's like a couple in here. That's a casino. I guess we could count that. But we're talking like in the entire state. There's easily less than 20 in the entire state of South Dakota. Like maybe this isn't that big of a deal. Maybe go-go bars are kind of pretty niche. Like
every way identical to what Desmond does on stage here, removing an outer layer of clothing in exchange for money from the audience. Desmond is a child.
Isn't that YouTube?
I could be wrong. It's been several years. This is 2019. My understanding was that this was an adult bar full of adult males watching the child perform on stage and do things that
there was not a single woman in that entire like, Tim, how do you even verify this? It was in a bar. It was there were no women watching. they were like I don't even know how you would verify something like this.
Many have argued were sexually suggestive, especially in the Gwen Stefani portion of this, and then in exchange for money. So for many people who live, and we can just say perhaps in a more conservative area, this is indistinguishable from stripping. So this is an 11.
Right, but like but those people have those people have brain disease. Like at the end of the day, like like what you think of personally as stripping is irrelevant to me. What I care about is the legal definition of those acts. And like certainly culturally, conservatives will call anything stripping. Anything. The her taking the jacket off, that's stripping to them. So what's your point, Tim? You all are backwards dumb fucks who don't know anything, who can't distinguish between fucking drag, go-go dancing, and stripping. You all just call it stripping. Like you're all dumb. That's not anybody else's fault. I don't know what to tell you.
7-year-old doing the same things bikini dancers do for money.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's indistinguishable from stripping. You know, I, as a drag performer, I've been performing for 8 years now. And I will go out there and I might come out in something like this where I'm wearing a blazer and I perform and I take it off and people will cheer and give me money. Are they cheering and giving me money because I'm stripping and turning them on? No, it is entertainment and it's a performance and it's a part of queer arts. I don't think that this child, I don't think that they're trying to be sexual. I don't even think that the parents are trying to sexualize.
I don't know if, well, okay. Let's see. They're walking around. They're walking around. They're dancing. They're walking around. Oh, there's all males. There's photographers. Walking around. They're 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 whoa, fucking crazy. Insane. I've never seen kids walk around before. And yeah, people, yeah, like they're performing. It's performance art. You give people you give people on street corners who are playing like music on their guitar or like banging a bunch of trash cans or whatever. When they're, or if somebody rolls a piano through, you give them money too. What's the problem? It's called performance art. Christ.
The person. I think that this is a kid who has seen drag culture, knows that they're queer, and wants to engage in it in a way that is age appropriate. Did that child get naked on stage? I don't think so.
Bikini dancers don't get naked either.
Yeah.
So that's the issue.
Yeah, but also there's.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, Tim, so is it if you perform literally anything and are given money, that's stripping? If I go and play the piano in the middle of my city, and I took my jacket off at some point because it was like 105 degrees out, is that stripping? No, it's called performing. People tip people who are performing because they usually aren't getting paid for it. This is incredibly true.
There's a difference between standing up in a box
He is an idiot.
and go-go dancing, thrusting yourself out there for very obvious sexual intentions versus somebody who is just doing a drag performance. And I think that's something that really bothers me.
And also keep in mind, we just watched the Gwen Stefani one that he was like saying was like the extreme one. They literally just walked around and did dances. Like, that's it.
People equate drag performances with strippers and with adult entertainment. Drag performanons are actually
like when I was
ages,
young, I would do
but there
this.
are specific performances that are appropriate for, say, Drag Queen Story Hour versus a nightclub.
When it comes to this,
I would definitely mostly agree. So it kind of depends, right? Like if you're gonna go on Tim Pool, I would rather you go in the way that Emma Vigeland went and just like scorched earth and don't like expect a don't ever expect like to come back. If you're going on because you want to be friendly and you want to get on you want to come back as like a regular guest, I don't think that's helpful. Mainly because you're going to end up kind of downplaying a lot of his bigotry and nonsense. You want to like go in there and just fucking hammer the son of a bitch with like facts and everything else. You're looking to embarrass him live in front of his audience. Emma after the said wanted. Oh yeah. I saw that. But like again, Emma and the rest of those guys can just put out a video that goes, okay, here's what Tim said. Here's the context. He's not like there. It's not in quotations. He's literally just trying to draw this because he has no you kind of expose the good thing of not the good thing, but like the positive end of that is it only makes Tim look fucking ridiculous, and it only shows how he doesn't like actually care, because anybody, and his audience is made up of a lot of like center right, libertarian and like far right guys, but anybody with even a shred of audience is going to watch that interview and see how he mischaracterized her behavior, and that will chip away a little bit and go, okay, look, I watched that, Tim, you know you're lying, and most of them don't care, but your goal is to shave off that little bit that'll kind of expose a few of those. It's not you're not going to win the audience, but if you can sow some doubt, that's very good. Yeah, I mean, he does. I mean, he'd love to cover it, absolutely. But yeah, that's the whole thing with him is you want to shave off that little bit of people that doubt, because there are people who are gettable. It's just you have to make Tim look ridiculous, and you have to, and like luckily he does that for himself, without you even having to do anything.
Thanks,
I appreciate
know
that.
I was kind of like this kid on the opposite direction. I got into Little League because I was groomed and felt pressure to make my parents happy.
Yeah.
Hello, I can agree with that.
So I went into Little League when I really wanted to.
Yeah, how many kids are groomed into sports because their parents really like sports?
I'm 53 years old, so I'm a little old, from a different generation.
Ooh. Oh,
so
yeah.
Queer was an offensive thing to call.
We watched that Homos in the Military clip earlier from Bernie.
As far as like influences, gay influences, I grew up. Now this is in the 80s. I grew up across the street from two moms. I think a lot of this tolerance that they're trying to thrust on the public starts at the home, and it's like these kids come from tolerant homes, and so
but what about the kids that don't come from tolerant homes?
Well, I don't think those are the kids that are being read to.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but that's the thing. There are queer children being raised in homes that are intolerant. I myself.
So also in terms of like the parental rights, every time somebody brings up the parental right to like educate their own children about gay or trans or anybody else, think about that argument in the context of race, and then see if that passes the smell test, because it won't. Because the idea that like parents should be able to decide when their kids are ready to know when other people in our society exist is fucking nonsense. At the end of the day, it is a school's job to educate and prepare children to enter into the real world, in the real world, trans people and gay people and everybody in between, black people included, all exist. Therefore, withholding that information to me is a lot more abusive than not. At the end of the day, the prerogative of racist parents to raise their children to be racist and ignorant it's not something I think the government should be interested in supporting.
Grew up in a home where my parents became much more tolerant when they realized that I was a queer person, and there was a lot of hesitation and objection at first.
Most people,
that
parents
was
are
based
shocked
off of what they had learned
and
growing
then,
up. And so we're perpetuating
they love their
this
kids.
culture of gay is weird, LGBTQIA is, oh, that's other, you don't know, don't engage in that, that's adult content, there's something wrong with that. I wish I had grown up in a school environment where I had adults and other people around me saying, it's okay to be who you are.
I think one of the... Oh, go ahead.
No, I guess, because like I said, I grew up in an earlier time, and I did not have your experience at all. My experience came from other kids. I don't know can I say faggot on here? I was called a faggot every day. Every day of my life, I was called a faggot. And,
yeah, I mean, Xbox Live, dude, that was like all you ever fucking heard, that and the N-word.
I was still myself, and I don't know. And I think that's what we need to be teaching kids is not for me to tolerate something that you do, but for you to be able to take my opinion.
Is that true? I wouldn't be super shocked. Only really because like Catholics, because what's it called? Didn't the Pope like come out like pro gay marriage and stuff? From it's been a while since the last time I went to church, but I do know, I guess it just kind of depends. If you're like fundamentalist, regardless of if you're Catholic or Christian, you're going to be pretty conservative. But, you know, I think regular people who are just religious, like, are as progressive as everybody else normally is. You know, it's really only the fundamentalists that seem to put up the most pushback against progressive values.
Okay. And still be you.
But that's the reason that doesn't happen, is because queer kids are growing up in environments that are not necessarily queer. And when you ban any sort of LGBTQIA education from school levels until you get to high school, that's where you breed people who fear and who other folks who are LGBTQIA. The reason that you were called a faggot, the reason I was called a faggot, was because those other kids grew up in environments where they heard their parents calling other people
it was
faggots.
never because your KD was below 1.0.
That's what we're trying to do, is trying to let folks and let kids today in this generation know that it is okay to be queer. It's okay to be LGBTQIA.
This is easily the longest I've ever heard
there's nothing
Tim not
inherently
talk.
Sexual about being LGBTQIA.
Because he just doesn't know what to say. He has no idea how to engage in
about
this.
being cis heteronormative. And there is a connection there, of course, according to who you love and who eventually you have sex with.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that we're trying to teach kids about explicit
Like
sex.
I gotta completely disagree. We have these two books here, Genderqueer Lesson.
Oh, for fuck's sake! We looked at this. It's a book. You fucking prude. It's a book. Get over it. God.
So this book is gay more so explicitly teach about overt sexual acts, depicting them, and were provided to children.
High school.
And sometimes it's
Now,
high
Tim, let me ask you, when you say
High
children,
school.
what do you mean by children?
High
Because
school.
children could be 0 to 18. What do you mean by children?
So this was 10-year-old. This is middle schoolers. This book is gay specifically was given to.
Wait, yeah, middle schoolers. When we start teaching them sex ed, yeah.
You don't think that middle schoolers who are starting to go through puberty and who are starting to have sexual intercourse and starting to experiment with sexuality, you don't think that any of them are queer and might need to learn about queer experience?
There's a difference between sex ed and this book is gay, which teaches those children how to use Grindr.
Fuck, it's not what I wanted. Why does he always bring up the grinder bit? Also, okay, now fuck. Does he have more videos on this? I want to see I want to see his like what's it called? Consistency on Dylan Mulvaney photo censorship. Oh, is this the blur out Dylan Mulvaney's tits then? Okay, that's lovely. This is 2 hours. I don't have 2 hours. Okay, I want to get to that part because I'm really curious about how that conversation went.
Idea that drag performers are just sexually explicit, see themselves the way that they see
The men argue that they can't control themselves.
of language. I have done drag queen story.
Okay, wait. Okay, I know how we can find this. Transcript. Control F. Gender. Fuck me. Gender. Queer? Maybe? Is it like. Let's see. These two books here. Oh, here we go. Like, it's so pathetic because this is all he has. All he has is this book. That's the only thing he has.
These two books here, Genderqueer Less So, this book is gay more so, explicitly teach about overt sexual acts, depicting them.
Cool.
And were
so did Looking for Alaska back in when did I read that? I probably read that in high school. Yeah, like books have sexual themes that happen.
Provided to children.
Themes and acts that
Now,
happen. Get
Tim,
over
let
it.
me ask you, when you say children, what do you mean by children? Because children could be 0 to 18. What do you mean by children?
So this was 10-year-old. This is middle schoolers. This book is gay specifically was given to.
You don't think that middle schoolers who are starting to go through puberty.
And keep in mind, saying middle schoolers, not all middle schoolers are 10 years old. Middle school is, at least where I went, was 7th to 8th grade. Some places it's 7th to 9th, meaning that if they're sharing a library, there's going to be a pretty wide range of literature available to them. Genderqueer might be useful more for the 9th graders, not as much for the 7th graders, but certainly maybe like it depends for the 8th graders. But like the book needs to stay in there so like people have access to it. Like, you know, we don't like, there isn't like a fucking force field around like book sections based on categories or based on appropriateness. There's just all of the books and everyone has access to all of them, but you're not going to go and find genderqueer if you're like in 7th grade and you're not interested in those topics.
And we were starting to have sexual intercourse and starting to experiment with sexuality. You don't think that any of them are queer and might need to learn about queer experience?
There's a difference between sex ed and This Book is Gay, which teaches those children how to use Grindr, right? I think this goes.
Wait. Is it teaching kids how to pick up on Grindr, or is it teaching kids what is appropriate on Grindr? Like, I don't know if Grindr is like, if it's like, oh, okay, so you go to the Apple store, you install, you enter your email, you enter your username, you upload a scantily clad picture of yourself. The first guy that messages you, tell them you want to suck their cock. Like, I don't think that's what is in the book. This Book is Gay. But it probably, and this is my guess, it most likely is a book that's going to tell gay youth, hey, you know that thing Tinder that all the straights are on, and that thing OkCupid and every other straight-centric dating website? There's one for you as well. It's called Grindr. Here's like the whatever. Like, there you go. Like, and to me, if you're learning that in a school, if you're learning that on an education, like from a book that's like trying to educate you of like, oh, here's this other resource that you can use for dating if that's a thing that you want to use. You're not just stuck with, putting like a gay tag on like your Tinder account or something. I don't actually know if that's a thing you can do. But yeah, like there's nothing wrong with that information. Doesn't hurt anybody. It just is more information for people.
We can go back to earlier on, I think, where a lot of the argument comes from. There is the granular, there's the macro. When you look at a single instance of, say,
micro
just
and macro,
someone
you idiot.
dressed as a woman, drag, reading to a child, we can argue, well, it's simply just reading a story. But when you look in the whole big picture of it, you have these instances where this book in particular teaches about eating feces.
Okay, I want you to know that I don't personally endorse any of these books. It's really easy to put 2 books on the middle of this table for this particular interview and say, hey, look, this is what's being shared. This is not in every single.
Also, okay, I'm just like, I've heard this one before. What do they, okay. Eating. Wait, that's a disorder? Hold on 1 second. Is a rare distress disorder characterized by symptoms of compulsive consumption of feces. Several attempts have been made to need in literature to explore the path of no. This book is nope. Gay. Show me. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able. Nope, nothing. Really, nothing. Where are they getting this from? I don't know. Like, what are they talking? Okay, here we go. Is this new tab? What? No, that's what? What is this feces thing they're talking about? I haven't read this book and I know Tim hasn't. So what is he even talking about? Anything? Okay, let's see. Scat is the fetish of eating or smearing feces during sex. Oh, that? Reading this is infuriating me, not because it's an LGBT-focused book, but because as the actual gay man, I felt like queer and LGBT kids both deserve better than this. The truth of the matter is the whole entire book could be written just by being a gay young man and just about being a non-binary individual. This book feels hastily written and a disgrace of the resource for things LGBT teens actually need to know. Tell me, why does the cheat sheet section of the vocabulary word include scat, eating poop? Oh, that's also not it, but not even the word versatile. How many gay men do you know eat poop? Okay. So yeah, it's like an element. It's like a thing. It's a thing that people engage in, which is like, all right, like people are into what they're into. I mean, it's not really my place to make judgments on that. Okay, fair enough.
Always here, like we have a bunch of books.
But here's the thing is, it's really easy to pick 2 books that depict that and say, well, this is what LGBTQIA education is about. And that's not true. Let me tell you this.
Yes, but
in the Netherlands, there something that they do is they actually have comprehensive sexual education for everyone from kindergarten through 12th grade. But here's the thing, kindergartners are not learning about sexual intercourse. They're learning things in an age-appropriate manner. They're learning that, oh, this person might have 2 daddies or 2 mommies or something along those lines. It's not explicit. So while I agree that this kind of content shouldn't be in a lot of schools, there is a certain age that you approach when you are a teenager and you've gone through puberty and you're
Yeah, it's like if you find that book in an elementary school, then we'd all probably be like, okay, maybe not that. Like probably leave that into a middle and high school. But like again, like every time I go and look or I read articles or I hear about parents on Twitter bitching that they found genderqueer or this book is gay. In libraries, it's always high schools and middle schools. They always say it's kids and they say it's young children. But then when you actually press them, they go, okay, look, it's middle schoolers and high schoolers when, they're starting to, start to explore that sort of stuff. And like their entire argument falls the fuck apart.
starting to self-actualize and self-realize and figure out who you are. And if you don't have resources, again, you are feeling othered and you're feeling different. You're feeling like there's something wrong with you. I can speak this way because I was somebody who recognized that I was queer when I was a teenager. And the reason that I promote this idea that we should have LGBTQIA age-appropriate education through all levels of school is because I don't want any other child to feel how I felt going through school,
But
whether it
these
be
are
through adults or my peers.
And these are the books that are being adamantly defended. So for instance,
well, I'm not defending these books.
Well, let's be clear. The existence within the library is being defended, not like Tim wants to paint this as like, oh, teachers groups are defending these books that all kids should read them. And he doesn't say that second part, but that's the implication that he's trying to make. Even though, actually, can we look at his chat? I'm kind of curious. What is his chat saying?
Books.
Right.
Just to let it be known, I'm not defending these books. There's probably explicit imagery in here that you're going to show me. And it's the same thing that, well, you might not show them, but whether or not these books have them, there are lots.
Claps. Oh, let's see. What is this? Valuetainment is a good podcast. It's awful. I've made fun of them multiple times. Boston drag queens. If you aren't overtly sexual, then what's up with the makeup? Is makeup sexual? Fucking idiot. Let's see. Yeah, okay, let's see. Netherlands no longer does trans surgeries for children. Yeah, that's because of politics, not because they found some study. It's literally just because of politics. Let's see. Parents' jobs. Well, when parents don't want to teach their kids, what do you want?
A lot of right-wing people who are bringing about these books that do have explicit imagery. I don't condone that. I don't think that we should have books for, elementary school students that depict images of people getting blowjobs or having intercourse. I disagree with that. What I agree with is age-appropriate, letting people know that queer people exist, that cis heteronormative culture is not the only thing out there. And you yourself might be queer and don't think that there's something wrong with you because it's not everything that you see around you.
So this is one of the principal issues, particularly with This Book is Gay, a teacher provided to middle schoolers, kids between the ages of 10 and 12. It describes scat, right? And things like that.
Oh, keep in mind also, when he says provides, he means that it was an option out of I think, if I remember correctly, it was 8 different reading options, and kids could pick This Book is Gay if they wanted to, but they weren't required to. Also, did he say what age range? I'm kind of curious. Because something tells me it wasn't elementary school.
There. And you yourself might be queer and don't think that there's something wrong with you because it's not everything that you see around you.
So this is one of the principal issues, particularly with This Book is Gay, a teacher provided to middle schoolers, kids.
Middle schoolers. Again, middle schoolers. The people who are starting to explore sexuality. Yes.
Between the ages of 10 and 12. It describes scat.
Do you think
right?
Do you think they're closer to the
like
10s or the 12 number?
Absolutely inappropriate for 10 or 12-year-olds. When people on the right, predominantly, not completely, but they tend to be the one leading the charge on these things, said, hey, wait a minute. In fact, what happened was parents called the police saying that the teacher was providing, illicit materials to the children. NBC News ran an article showing a different book about what you would describe as just explaining queer experiences and did not explain what was in the book. It was only because right-wing personalities, disaffected liberals, libertarians, whatever, the people on that side, started tweeting.
Oh my God, disaffected I never want to hear disaffected liberals. Also, teacher, police. This book is gay. Reported to the police. Was there a conviction? Nope. 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 Igniting social, yeah. Yep. Let's see. Title suggests the book centralizes perspective of LGBTQ plus people. Yep. I think I read this already. Yeah. There hasn't been a conviction. There hasn't been anything. They just called the police. This is the same thing where it's like, oh, they got the police called on them. Cool. Did it come to anything? Did the police find anything? Oh, well, no, not really. But so it's like, oh, so it was bullshit then. So it's meaningless. Yeah, it's literally just meaningless nonsense.
Tweeting images of the book showing that it's not just
I've seen them. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But so what happens is when someone says, hey, this is not appropriate for kids, the response that you see for the most part from high-profile personalities, maybe not you, is defense of the book. In fact, our guest who came on the show a couple weeks ago adamantly defended this book.
Oh, is this he's Emma. He's talking about Emma.
Being for children.
He's
being
still
in middle
malding
schools,
about that.
saying it was a good book and it shouldn't be censored.
Yep.
That is what fuels concern among those who are saying this is grooming.
My issue is in one of these books.
Well, it's always like
talking.
What's group? What do you mean by grooming? What's the action that you mean by grooming? Is it educating? Like at the end of the day, this all comes down to the idea that you can be convinced to be gay. You can be convinced to be trans. You can be convinced to do any of these things. Anybody can be gay with the right programming. And that's just markedly untrue. You could not convince me to like penis. I'm sorry. It's just not a thing you could ever convince me to do because I'm a secure, a cis straight man. But guys like Tim Pool pretend that they think the same thing. They don't, obviously. But at the end of the day, it's like, well, what are we arguing about here? Like, you think it's a choice. You think you can be convinced to be gay. Watch some gay porn. See if, maybe, Tim Pool watched some gay porn. He goes, God damn it. It's so hard. Not supposed to be.
About queer or gay things. That's where they refer to scat in these books.
But also, do you think that that scat is limited to LGBTQIA queer culture? And I guarantee you there are straight people out there engaging in scat.
And that's exactly right.
That is exactly my point. And why they're selling it as a gay thing. Right. And so I don't know who the hell authored that book who claims that it's scat is a gay thing, but I think we should be going after the author for them being inauthentic because
I think this is a really good point that often when it comes to so scat specifically, I can't believe we're talking about it. It's in the glossary. It's in the.
Can you define it, Tim?
Wait, is it described in the book? Now I'm wondering if it's just in the
glossary.
It reads eating poop. That's what it says. Then it says scissor sisters.
Cool.
It describes.
Nothing wrong with that.
Tim, don't you see how when these things are very adamantly portrayed in the media, folks who don't know or don't think that they know queer people or trans people, this is what they think queer culture is about. I can tell you as a queer person that queer culture is not about scat. I don't care if there's a rainbow on there.
Right. I want to know who wrote it.
If some adult wants to, engage in that, whatever, that's on them. But I will tell you that the majority of people who want to see LGBTQIA education in schools in an age-appropriate manner don't want to see kids being taught about scats. Well, and that's the fact of the matter. But the thing is, folks who, again, have never met a queer person or think they haven't met a queer.
Yeah, the actual problem with that would be aligning that specific, I guess that specific act as a gay thing when it's not. That's pretty broad across all sexual proclivities. That's just, it's a fetish. Again, not a bit odd, but again, that's what you're into. That's what you're into. It's not my business to know. And it certainly isn't the government's business to know.
Queer person or a trans person, they think this is what all queer people are saying, hey kids, learn about scat. No, that's not the case at all, and I very adamantly disagree with that. But again, I don't think this book should be banned from libraries, but maybe it shouldn't be in an elementary library.
that tends to be the main issue, right? With it,
Right.
But that's the thing is, you
Except it's not. You said middle schoolers earlier, you fucking idiot.
You mentioned earlier, you said, somebody said. Well, that's the thing. Somebody said. What bothers me is that so many people who are against LGBTQIA education in schools, they take these outlier situations. They take this one person who has said this and makes it the representative of the whole LGBTQIA community, which is not true. That's false.
And let's think about this. Let's be like, let us revel in the left's fairness. As leftists, we could come out almost, once a month and deride the Catholic Church once a month for how much grooming goes on in the Catholic Church and make it a whole like, all Catholics are so awful. They don't care. All they want to do is rape children and blah, 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 all this stuff. But do we? No. Nobody engages with that kind of vile shit from the left, because we understand that, like, is there, sussy and bad behavior committed by people within groups? Yes. Is there like some representation that isn't always like great of some groups? Sure. But like at the end of the day, we don't paint all Catholics, all Christians with the brush of the Catholic Church's awkward groomer problem. We just don't. It's not a talking point. The only time it's brought up is to show and illustrate the hypocrisy of people like Tim Pool, who claim to care about children and grooming. They don't. If they did, they'd care about the Catholic Church. I think that religion has value for individuals in some form or fashion. It doesn't have value to me, but I'm sure it does for others. And I'm not going to give somebody shit because they're Catholic, just because the church just because of the religion that they follow has a problem with like their groomer problem. That's the church's problem. And I critique that structure of the church, but I don't critique the normal man who goes and sits in the pews. He just goes and sits in the pews. God's sakes.
And so I disagree that kids should be, given books that have explicit imagery. And when I say kids, I mean, elementary school students. When you start to go through puberty, you're going to start to do your own exploration. Kids are smart enough to know how to use the internet to go and find porn if they want to do that. So I don't think they should do that, but kids are going to do that. I remember being a queer teenager, and I remember having to seek out queer pornography because I couldn't find it anywhere.
Well, so would you agree with the Florida legislature and Ron DeSantis in removing these books from the curriculum?
Here's the thing. Are these books in the curriculum?
In the schools, I believe.
See that? It's so evident how like full of shit Tim is, because all it takes is one like corrective pushback and his entire argument breaks down, because he says, Are you okay? Do you agree with Ron DeSantis taking these books out of the curriculum? Are they in the curriculum, Tim? Oh, well, no. Actually, they're just in the school libraries for high schoolers and middle schoolers. Okay, so they're not being taught. It's just a resource that if kids want, they can have, and it's completely voluntary. Gotcha. Cool.
Because there's a big difference between these books being in the curriculum versus being available for somebody to rent out at the library if they want. What is wrong about
grade school libraries?
But let me ask this.
What's grade school, Tim? Like he keeps trying to change his terminology because he wants to keep characterizing this as like 7-year-olds when it's almost the majority of times we've seen this be in schools. It's middle schoolers. It's like 11 to 13-year-olds. Or it's 10 to 12-year-olds or whatever, because middle school around the country isn't always the same. The range varies. Our middle school was in our high school, like our middle school and high school were the same building. So we had access to everything 7th grade all the way through 12th.
I don't know the conditions of every school in Florida. Because a lot of schools have multiple grade levels. If there is a school that is, elementary through high school, then yeah, I'm sure that there are some teenagers who might want to read this content, might want to learn about that. Am I endorsing it or condoning it? No. But do I think it should be banned? No. I think that's dangerous when we start to censor. And it's so interesting to me because, you know, the right frequently is going off about First Amendment and free speech, and then they go and they try to censor any sort of LGBTQIA content because the child might perhaps see it. The thing is, I don't believe in my heart of hearts that this is being endorsed on a large scale to young children. There might be a few bad actors, but I don't think that they speak for the LGBTQIA community in the same way that I don't think.
And keep in mind, think about all of the individual stories that you can think of teachers promoting this book or books like it to children. Like, think about that for 1 second. You've heard how many? What? 6? You know, like, I've heard less than 10 individual stories of teachers like pushing this book onto kids or introducing it in a way that's like more than just an option, like more than just like, oh, this book exists amongst you, right? Like the examples of this being predatory are so few and far between that it's irrelevant. But like Tim and the rest of these guys will jump on one anecdote to be like, oh, this is being given to children across the nation. Slow down. Can you tell me where you're getting across the nation? Oh, well, there's this one teacher. Okay, there was one. You've got one example. Can you name me the second example? Do you know how many teachers there are in the United States? Okay, what percentage of those are doing the thing that this one teacher that you found are doing? Oh, well, I don't have that data. Oh, you don't have that data. So you're just kind of saying it. You're just supposing it. It would just really work with your narrative now, wouldn't it?
Think that any given pedophile who is cis heterosexual speaks for the whole cis het community.
So this is quite literally the perspective of the right on grooming. That you would argue in any way children should be able to access this is grooming.
But having a book in a library, is that actually grooming? Is there a librarian there or, you know, teachers and adults saying, hey, check out this book and read it and look at all of the imagery? And if there is, I will tell you right here that those are outliers. Those are outliers. And that's the big.
And keep in mind also, like, you've been to a library. Do librarians talk to you unless you ask them for a recommendation or you tell them your interest and they go, okay, I got a book for you. Like, no. The only time this gets recommended is when kids mention, or at the very least, like kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Actually, what am I saying? We saw this at like a middle school. This dad had his kid go and talk to like a librarian and kind of use the buzzwords and kind of hint at the book that they wanted to check out. And then when the librarian like gave them, I think it was gender, I don't remember which, it was one of the moral panic books. But when the librarian's like, oh, okay, it kind of seems like they're trying to tell me what book without telling me, so I'm just gonna give them this book. And then they took it home, they told their dad, and then their dad like took them to like a thing and they read it out loud and it became a whole thing. And it's like, good job, idiot. You just exposed your kid to the stuff that you think is grooming. To make a point. You just use your child as a tool. Somebody should probably call CPS on you. But yeah, and it's like, yeah, if there is a child that's like, you know, kind of giving a librarian the vibes that they might, you know, be that genderqueer might be a useful book for them to read, then they'll recommend it to them. If not, there are a ton of other books that they can recommend to them. Like, these aren't the only gay books in existence.
Argument. That's the big thing that the right uses to go against queer people is you take these outlier situations and try to apply it to the whole LGBTQIA community,
but there's
very few
people speaking out against it.
The same happens on the right as well. They're also not a monolith. And I have been that drag queen that has been there for the right and the conservatives, and you wouldn't believe the
hate you,
emails that
my
I
dude.
get
I'm sorry.
from conservative parents, Republican parents who have gay children, and they don't know how to deal with it because the LGBTQ community abandoned them. They have demonized all of the right. They've abandoned.
Yes, because, okay, let's be really, really clear. Like, the right as a political and social movement has been making strides to strip the rights from these people. You can say like, oh, well, the LGBT community abandoned conservative parents. To which my response would be like, really, when did that happen? Did that happen when every conservative representative in the United States came out against gay marriage, the equal, the ability for gay people to be equal in marriage in this country? There isn't. Gay people, the LGBTQ community, never abandoned conservatives because conservatives never stood with them. There was no abandonment. They were never in support of them. That's why. This is nonsense, utter nonsense.
They have. I think it's the reverse. But Loudoun County is not even the right? So Loudoun County is literally 10 seconds from here. And this is where parents came out and said
Loudoun County is more. Actually, let's look. I don't know what Loudoun County is like, but if I remember correctly, Loudoun County is pretty conservative. Loudoun. Granted, it's been a while since I've lived there. Voting patterns, maybe. Election results. Loudoun County government, maybe. Let's see. Oh, let me do Virginia. Oh, here we go. 2008, Loudoun was a Republican-leaning state. However, this has changed in recent years. Democrats winning all statewide campaigns after 2014, and Democrats holding 2/3 majority. Oh, okay. Loudoun County's so Loudoun County's moved more blue. Okay, that's good. This is just for the county? Okay, cool. Oh yeah, that's right. Tim's in. I thought he's in West Virginia. He's not that close. Is there a Loudoun County in West Virginia? Am I crazy? West County in Virginia. No, it's only in the first one. It's only in that one. Yeah. Let's see. Loudoun County Super Board of Supervisors is 2019. Presidential election results for Loudoun County. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh my goodness, I cannot. Can I get? Well, let's go down. 1980. 18. Oh my God, 1880. Let's see. Well, okay, we have to do after 1964. Okay, yeah. So after after civil rights movement, or at the very least, like in the after the civil rights bill passed, the civil rights movement was 64, right? Pretty sure it's 64. Yeah, after the parties switch from 1968 all the way to 2004, it's been Democratic leaning, which, yeah, that makes sense. In 2008, it's flipped and then stayed flipped until up to recently. Okay, so only recently has it like really flipped blue then. In the last, what is that, 20? Well, the last like 20 years or so.
Why was this book given to my kids? The response? Condemnation by the LGBT.
Show me,
yeah.
were these books subscribed to children? Were they given to children? If it's something that's in a library,
you keep pulling a bunch of different stories.
But again, I see you keep pulling these things up. But again,
what am I supposed to do?
This is not.
Yeah, she offered an LGBT themed book to the middle schoolers. Possibly. Yeah. This is the same story from out of Chicago. Yeah, or actually, this one might be different. Oh, they filed. Oh, well, also, not only that, but filing police report doesn't fucking mean anything. You know what happened? She filed a police report, and the police went, "Ma'am, that's not what we do. We're not the book police. We have actual crimes." The notion that I was putting children in danger because of books, I knew I couldn't go back. Yeah, and then this person probably quit. Oh no, this was Illinois. Yeah, nothing happened to this person because there's no provable harm being done here.
This is not representative of what is happening everywhere. It's very easy to pick and choose these specific instances where that happens. And yes, I agree with you. I don't think that this sort of content should be given to exclusively elementary school children.
Should this teacher be criminally charged for providing instructions on Grindr to minors?
Nope.
I don't know if they should be criminally charged, but I think that...
Did they provide instruction or did they just give them a book? Also, which book was it?
that person might understand how difficult it is for queer people to meet other queer people in the context of an environment where they are ostracized. And
Also, yeah, Grindr, much like Tinder, is as much a dating site as it is just a socialization tool. People get on Tinder and will put, I'm just looking for friends. I just moved to a new city. And I would guess that the same thing happens for Grindr as well.
And told that there's something wrong with them.
These are middle schoolers being given sexually explicit books that discuss scat, scissor sisters, and how to use Grindr.
But again,
what's wrong with scissor sisters?
Is this widespread? This particular article that you brought up, is this happening in every school district, in every county, in every state? No, it's very easy.
I don't think
to
whether
pick
it's
and
happening
choose
everywhere.
and pull up.
Well, no, Tim. Whoa.
Argument for whether this is illegal.
But that's what I'm saying. It's very easy to.
First of all, I don't think you could argue that it's illegal. A, B. This is the claim you're making, is that it's happening everywhere, but you only have one example from less than 25 of the states in the union. This isn't a thing that you can find and reproduce in multiple states.
To pick and pull out this particular
You can do that on any
instance.
topic.
Right,
I mean,
and
do with
so-
racism, too.
But
And so,
similarly,
yeah,
then
I disagree with
it should
this.
be very
I
easy to
disagree.
say
I don't. Yeah,
a teacher should be arrested.
To come down to it, I don't think that a teacher should be telling middle school
For what?
students how to use Grindr. I don't think that.
Or Tinder or any other hookup site.
Exactly. I do disagree with that. And that's the thing is, I want to make it clear that I am against the grooming and sexualization of children. But what I want to make clear is that the overall message of the LGBTQIA community and the overall inclusion of LGBTQIA history and education in school districts is not focused on sexualizing children. And that's what it's been warped into. And of course, I care about kids. I don't want to see kids harmed or sexualized or, falling victim to pedophiles. I don't want to see that whatsoever. But the story has been warped that this is.
And let's keep in mind, if at the end of the day, children are more in danger in the church and in the home than they are at drag events, at school libraries, at any of these places. At the end of the day, your child is children in the United States are more in danger at home because those are the environments, and the church, those are the environments that we see the most amount of predatory behavior by adults to children.
An overarching theme of the LGBTQIA community. And
Well, because
that's what
they
I'm here to
defend
defend.
And
it's because overwhelmingly, the LGBTQIA community, in terms of its most prominent speakers, have been actively defending these books.
Well, I would consider myself to be a speaker of the LGBTQIA community as the first drag queen ever elected to public office in the United States.
Wait, she's a fucking elected official? That's fucking based. Holy shit. Fucking hats
as a
off.
trans person running for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives.
Amazing.
I'm not telling kids that they should be reading this material.
But you
What
want it
I'm
available to them in libraries.
Well, again, based on age.
Tim, you fucking idiot. There's a difference. Jesus, how many times? Again, you can tell he's lying mainly because he can't grasp this very, very simple concept that not every book in a library is recommended for everybody. And the idea that you have a book in a library is not the same thing as it being instructed to children. There are how many books in any given library? How many books do you think any one kid reads from any one high school, middle school library? How many of them? Is it 5, 10? What percentage of the books that are in the library to begin with? They've picked 1 or 2 books for which there are probably a couple copies, and they've decided to pretend that the library is overflowing with the book genderqueer when it's not. It's nonsense.
Age appropriate. There's a big difference between a 5-year-old reading that and a 17-year-old reading that, and you have to agree with that. Tim.
But in the middle school library, you said it shouldn't be banned.
Well, also middle schools and high schools are often merged. So sometimes you will have a school where material is available that might be adult content or for older audiences. I don't think that we should outlaw and just remove all of these books and burn them. This is exactly what happened 100 years ago when...
There's a difference between Playboy and Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah.
Wait. Are there Playboys, you fucking idiot, in the library? Also, do you think that there's any educational value to Playboy? No. The only value to Playboy is to jerk the fuck off. That's it. There is no alternative, there is no like literary value to that. The Playboys aren't books. They're fucking jerk off magazines. That's all they are. Second of all, how fucking old is Tim? Who the fuck reads Playboy? Nobody. I don't even think, does Playboy even exist? I'm assuming they're just a website now, but like, how old are your references, my guy? Jesus. Ay. Like, oh, actually, you know what I just thought about? Okay, you want to hear a really good example? Let's take a break from this for a second. You want to know a really good example? Okay. Are you familiar with King magazine? This is a magazine from the early 2000s. Frequently, it's kind of a hip hop and rap adjacent magazine, but oftentimes there would be large exposés of scantily clad women. We'll say some big booty bitches, as one might say in the early 2000s. These magazines were sold at newsstands in grocery stores, at Walmarts, at Kmart's, at all sorts of venues, at libraries, at bookstores, at whatever. Now, if I go to a grocery store and I find myself the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, I find me King magazine with I can't remember any of the models' names, but rap music video models' names, big asses, big cheeks. If I'm in the grocery store and I walk past the newsstand or the magazine section of my local grocery store, is that grocery store providing porn or sexually explicit content to my children? Or is it just an option? Is it just sitting on the stands, and if I happen to be interested in it, I can? If I just want to go and buy my chicken thighs or whatever other groceries, I can do that too. The same applies to libraries. People go into libraries usually looking for specific information or going to look for specific literature, whether it be like you're into fantasy books, whether you're into if you're into manga. We had like a big manga section back when I was in school. Shit, if I remember correctly, in our library we had Dragon Ball Z manga, and those had like titties in them and shit, like just bare fucking Bulma titties right there for you. But like, is that damaging? No, it's not damaging. First of all, it's fucking cartoons. Second of all, like, we had sixth graders who were getting into that sort of stuff, but I didn't know about it because I wasn't going to go look for that sort of stuff. Like, at the end of the day, like, everything is always available, especially with the internet. Almost anything is available to anyone at your fingertips, on your phone, on your computer, on whatever device that you have. If you're connected to the internet, you can find out, you can consume information on whatever topic you would like to. And like, the idea that like libraries are somehow any different is absurd. Kids have every access on the internet that they do to porn, that they do the same way that they have access to these. If they're not going to go look for it, they're not going to find it. So like, and even so, like, you go to the library, usually like, oh, I want to check out a book that's like this. I want to check out a book like that. And sometimes those kids are like, I want to check out a book with like some gay themes or some, sexual themes. Maybe that's, I'm starting to think more sexually about classmates, whatever that might be. But like, that's the normal part of growing up. And this whole panic about it is just like a refusal to engage with the absolutely normal and uncontroversial development of young people. Anyway, let's continue with this and then we'll finish
exactly.
up.
There's a difference between this book is gay and Catcher in the Rye. If someone's saying, oh, this book has offensive ideas in it, then sure, banning that. But these are sexually graphic books that are available.
Wait. Is Tim Pool okay with banning Catcher in the Rye then? He just said, okay, then ban it. So he's okay with banning Catcher in the Rye.
To grade school kids. If your position is that you think it shouldn't be censored, that's quite literally the argument conservatives have, that's you would be arguing for granting children access to this.
Shouldn't parents of 5, 6, 7-year-olds be monitoring what they check out of a library? I do think that is up to the parent to decide what's the child allowed to check out. If a child who's 7 years old picks out one of these books from the library, yeah, I would absolutely understand that their parent wouldn't want them to read it. But if they're 17 years
in the
old,
library where kids can access it.
yeah, but it's not pornography. I think that, you know, when you look at
What's really funny is Tim likes to throw this pornography term around. What's the actual definition of pornography? Because I know he loves. All right, let's take a look. The art or practice of taking and possessing photographs. That's photography. God damn it. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much. Just spell the word I want you to. Why do you keep... God damn it. Porno. Thank you. Jesus. Printed or visual material containing the explicit description or display of sexual organs or activity intended to stimulate erotic rather than aesthetic or emotional feelings. So, yeah, gender, I don't think any of these books are really meant to stimulate you so much as they're supposed to, like, what's it called? I don't think, we looked at those pictures from Genderqueer. Were those stimulating? Also, they were in the context of a story being told. So,
books that
can nothing be
display
stimulating
anatomy
and sexual
and
in
teach about what queer sex is
actually,
about.
yeah, I just thought about that. Is are PG-13 sex scenes porn then? I mean, under that definition, I guess they are. But I mean, are they? They're PG-13 ones. We kind of have an understanding that there's a difference.
It's not necessarily pornography. The thing is that there's so few resources available to queer people in general, and specifically queer youth, that when we try to censor and shield all youth from this idea of LGBTQIA, that is the censorship that is harmful, because that's the breeding of children, that's the grooming of children to hate people who are LGBTQIA and to fear them and to think that they are othered. And that's the reason I was called a faggot, and that's the reason Kitty was called a faggot, because kids didn't hear from their parents or their teachers or their peers that it's okay to be queer. And so, yeah, there might be some explicit imagery in that. And again, I agree that that shouldn't be shown to kids who are in elementary and early middle school.
Or available to them?
Or available to them. But the thing is, maybe shouldn't that be up to the librarian? Hey, you're 6 years old. I'm not going to let you check out this book.
But they don't have to check it out to read it. They go in the library and they can read any book they want. So some things should not be available to kids. I mean,
wait, if they wait, idiot. If they can pick out whatever they want, then aren't we kind of saying that, like, that's up to the parents and to the librarians to kind of adjudicate, like, whether it's appropriate? Like, if you're a kid, if you're like an elementary school child, even though I think that Catcher in the Rye is a, like, as much as I don't like it as a book, I think it's literally important. And, like, it has value, even though I think it's, like, cringe or whatever. But I also wouldn't, like, if a kid, like, if a 7-year-old wanted to check out Catcher in the Rye, I'd be like, not yet. I'd be like, wait a couple years. But, like, you know, I wouldn't say, like, take it out of the library. You just have it be there. And if somebody who's appropriate next walks up and goes, I want to check out Catcher in the Rye, you're like, okay, you're like 13. Sure, go ahead. You know, because it's the end of the day, it's, like I said, it's valuable literarily. But yeah, like, that's, you know, parents at the end of the day, if they're homophobic, if they're transphobic, if they're any of these things, are always just going to be like, nope, it's gay. Nope, you can't read that. Nope, you can't read that. It's gay. Nope, 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 nope. Goes against Jesus. No, 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 no. Can't read that. And it's like, all right, so kids with bigoted parents just don't get an education or an understanding of these things, whether they are or aren't queer themselves. Cool. That's nice.
Or pornography, sexual explicit activities.
A lot of these arguments that I hear from you and from other people within the community, they seem very outdated. Like people don't have any representation, or they don't see depictions of, like, gay or trans or anything. I mean, that's all you see now. I mean, what? I mean, that's, I don't understand.
Well, that's because we had to fight for that. When I graduated high school almost 20 years ago, and I didn't see anything like this. I didn't have anything like this. I didn't have Grindr.
Read about
I didn't have anybody to be able to talk to about that. And that is what made my peers and the people around me make me think that there was something wrong with me because I was a queer person.
And, you know, I kind of had the opposite. I was raised around gay people. My grandmother...
Yeah, at the end of the day, this person is kind of speaking from a pretty privileged position. If all of this is true, then it seems like they got a pretty... They had kind of the easy road and are like, I don't get it. Like, everyone's so understanding now. Like, gay people are everywhere. And it's like, well, yeah, but, like, it's still... Do you notice how... It's the same way how, like, every time there's, like... We saw a little bit of this with the Fox News segment. Like, there's a gay character, and they spent an entire, 3-4 minute segment on national television complaining that there was a trans character in one of the in the new Barbie movie. And it's like, yeah, are gay people, are trans people, are queer people more, like, will you see them visibly more in media? Yes. But what you're also going to see is the constant debate about whether they, about whether those folks, like, belong in media. There is still an active effort to label anything that stars gay people, has gay characters, all the rest of that stuff. There's still an effort, a concerted effort by people online and in power, in legislation, in legislatures across the country to make it controversial. It's still controversial to these people that you would have gay people in the military. We just kind of saw this. Trans people in the military. We just saw this with the rejection of trans healthcare in the military. Like, at the end of the day, these groups have not given up on their campaign to keep America straight. Like, that is what they're here for. At the end of the day, whether this person lives in a neighborhood that's very accepting or not, that's not how it is in the entire country. And it certainly isn't how it is in Washington, D.C., where a lot of decisions are being made federally to decide the rights of people like him.
Lived in Palm Springs. I was there every summer, and heavily gay town. She had gay friends and
not everyone has access to gay towns, man.
I remember the first time I was served by this man in a restaurant. He had a beard and he had fake eyelashes on and mascara. And I knew at that moment that he was gay. And I knew I was gay already. And when I saw him, it absolutely horrified me, because it's the opposite of what you didn't have. The actual depictions that I had of homosexuality, I thought were negative, and I was being shown that from the gay community.
What made you think that, though? What made you think that seeing
I thought it looked
a man wearing mascara, there was something inherently wrong about that? You don't think that had anything to do with the culture that you grew up in?
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was wrong. I thought it was just not attractive. I mean, it had nothing to do with morality.
Well, I don't think that everybody is dressing themselves and putting on their makeup to make you attractive to them.
I understand that, but I also have that opinion. I mean, when people put on.
So is this person like one of these gays against groomers? If the gays were just quieter, they would leave us alone? Even though I'm like, no, they wouldn't. Also, second of all, that's essentially saying, like, look, if we just pretend we don't exist, maybe the straights will leave us alone. And it's like, no. Like, no, that's bullshit. Why would you even, like, the idea that you take that position? I don't know if that's their position, but, like, that's kind of the vibe I get, that it's like they're the quiet gay. Like, if gays could just be quieter, then, you know, we wouldn't cause so much of a stir. But that's not your fault. The fact that there are bigots who are and homophobes who get really upset by the existence of gay people, you're not responsible for their response. Like, you're not responsible for any of that. Those people need to get over themselves and get over their hangups. Like, that's their fucking problem.
On their drag, their outfit, you're walking. You're not sitting at home doing it. Of course you're going.
How do you know that?
Well, because I'm a drag queen and I don't sit at
But
home
again,
and
drag queens are not monoliths. The drag community is not a
absolutely.
monolith.
You're
What you
you're
may or
absolutely
may not
correct.
do in drag is
Right.
not representative of the entire drag
Right.
community.
I mean,
know,
you don't dress like this all the time.
I don't, maybe not all the time, but often. And even after I do a gig, I will spend the day in this because you know what? It makes people actually recognize that I am a queer person and people will gender me correctly when I'm dressed like this versus when I'm dressed down. And that's why a part of my incentive to do it as a drag performer, as a trans person, you know, I don't mind being in this all day because people are more likely to refer to me in the pronouns that I use and to see me the way that I want to be seen. And that's a big part of this argument is queer people just want to be seen and recognized in the way that they see themselves.
But that's impossible.
I don't think it's impossible. I mean,
especially
you know,
when it's fluid. I have a friend. She wanted.
I don't know what he means. That's impossible. Wait, what? Wait, go back. I'm confused.
I don't mind being in this all day because people are more likely to refer to me in the pronouns that I use and to see me the way
Makes
that I
sense.
want to be seen. And that's a big part of this argument is queer people just want to be seen and recognized in the way that they see themselves.
But that's impossible.
Okay, so yeah, that's like one of those like, wait, what do you mean that's impossible? There are people like Tim, you wear, first of all, does Tim ever wear anything other than black? But either way, the way Tim wears clothes that are very masculine coded, very man coded. Do you think he does that because he doesn't want to be seen as a man? No, he does. That's a prerogative to him. For Tim Pool, he dresses in a way that makes him feel like he looks professional and serious to other people. And he would like them to see him the way that he wants to be seen. As a centrist, as a good faith actor, as a journalist, as all of these things. That it's no different than LGBT folk. It's the exact same thing. Like it's not really it's not impossible. It's just you don't want to do it because you don't respect these people.
I don't think it's impossible. I mean,
especially
you know,
when it's fluid. I have a friend. She wanted me to talk about this. Her name is Megan. She works for the LA School District. She's a counselor, and they are walking on eggshells every day because they have children who are gender fluid.
Deal with it.
Go back and forth. And that's why you put air quotes around that as if gender fluid people don't exist. Even though it's not your experience.
Because I just personally don't believe in it.
Okay, so because it's not your,
you know, and again, like this person is unfortunately, what's the word I'm looking for? Reproducing the exact same kind of like homosexuals that you know, kind of activity that we would see back in the early 2000s and in the 90s, where people would be like, you know, being gay is not really real. It's just people rebelling against their families, or it's people who are confused or mentally ill, or any number of things that gave them the excuse or gave them enough plausible deniability that they weren't bigots. They were just being honest, you know, about the gays not being real people or whatever have you. Like at the end of the day, like denying somebody's identity just because you don't like it or you don't believe it, is like it's just one of those like, all right, do you have a stronger argument than that? It's just you don't get it, so it doesn't exist. Like, and mostly I don't really care about individuals. Like I don't care about this person's opinion. Like they can not believe in non-binary people as much as they want. What I care about is the government and about how we structure society, and if we allow those people to actually function and exist in society. If we do, great. Then, you know, this person can have whatever dipshit opinion they want. But if we're arguing for the second classing of a group of people because you just don't get it and don't agree with it, then, you know, that's where we get into a whole different conversation.
experience and you don't believe in it, other people may not be like that.
Well,
that's really not a strong argument at all.
To ask a question then, How can you perceive someone the way they want to be seen if every day they're
Exactly.
Well,
That's
it's
the point.
and that's the
point.
thing is that's why people are saying these are my pronouns, and then you have folks who are saying I don't do pronouns.
It's so unnecessary.
And that's the thing is no, but that's the
Wait, no, but if no, okay, you're okay. This person's just really stupid. No, because if you're non-binary, your pronouns are they them. That's it. That's the only thing. If you're this counselor, that's the only thing you have to worry about. Like is there gender pronouns? That's it. That's all you have to do. You're an adult. Put your big girl pants on and learn how to use language properly. It's not hard. You learn new words almost every single day as a teacher, probably, or at least in a school setting, you probably learn a different word every day. Learn to use they them pronouns. It's not hard.
the gag is
And also, even if you fuck up, just apologize and correct yourself. And if you're like, I shouldn't have to do that, then fuck yourself. Then you can join the unemployment line, I guess. You can join that 3% unemployment that we have right now. But if you want to be an asshole, then just say you want to be an asshole. But if you're just making honest mistakes, people will give you grace.
Everybody uses pronouns. People are just saying, these are the pronouns that I use. Just call me she instead of he. Call me they instead of she. And is it really that difficult to respect people and acknowledge people the way that they see themselves? And what is the actual inherent harm in that?
It's also not
nothing.
It's also not difficult to just let it roll off your back.
Well, it's actually, I will tell you why it is difficult to let it roll off my back.
Oh, yeah. And this is maybe you shouldn't mind. It's no. Because if we just did that, then, I'll just refer to Tim Pool as a woman from now on and use she, her pronouns. And he's going to go hey, whoa, well, why do you keep saying that? It's well, shouldn't you not care? And then Tim Pool goes well, I'm a man. I act like a man. I talk like a man. I am a bitch, but I'm manly. I skateboard. I do all these things. And if I go too bad. I'm referring you to as she, her. Tim would be what? Any person would be what the fuck? That's not. That doesn't you're actively disrespecting me. And this is the argument of just let them just let them spit in your face. It's okay. And it's no, fuck that.
Back when there are over 500 anti-LGBTQIA bills moving across the United States on the state level, on the federal level, I cannot let that roll off my back because there are people who would wish to see my existence eliminated. And the same with my.
Also, can you point me to people actually teaching this in school? I've been on this interview for quite a while, and this kind of already got covered, but still, if you wanna, what do you mean by teaching? What schools do you mean? Do you mean high school? Do you mean middle school? Do you mean elementary school? Do you mean kindergarten? Be more specific with your complaints, please.
My community. And it started off in, we just don't want trans people in sports. And now it's moved to
so all colleges, all high schools, there aren't. So essentially, transgender people don't exist. Do not allow anybody to be educated about the existence of trans people. That's what you're advocating for?
We're banning gender-affirming healthcare across the board. Florida wants to take kids away.
They always leave out children.
Okay, well, you want to move into that? We can talk about that.
But they always argue that.
Keep in mind also, they argue children, but a bunch of the laws are also affecting adults' access to healthcare.
You'll see them go on and on and on and on. I'm but they're not talking.
Do you really think? Did you not know that you were a queer person when you were a teenager?
No, I'm not. No, because I'm not queer because that's a slur.
Oh,
but you won't respect that.
Okay, all right. Well, if you don't want to be referred to as queer, I won't. But I have reclaimed the use.
Wait, why doesn't he just let that roll off his back? Why are you now now they're the disrespect. Now I have to hold you to account. Again, this always comes down to you're only politically are they okay with it when it's pronouns that they don't use and don't care about. But if you call this person queer, they're excuse me, that's a slur to me. And it's well, wait, you're telling people who have different pronouns that they should just let the non-use of those preferred pronouns roll off their back. But suddenly now you're getting all up in your panties about fucking being called queer. So it's almost like you only really care when it's stuff that offends you. All right, cool.
Yeah, and you can do that.
Well, just as you said, faggot.
Yeah.
What is gender? How would you define gender?
Oh my God. How many do we really, does Tim really not understand what gender is? Is this really the thing? Okay. So it's 4:38. I actually have to start getting going. Oh, what is this? If people disagree with transgenders, that's fine. Why is that bad? Respect family values. Wait. First of all, if people disagree with transgenders, that's fine. What do you mean if they? Okay, we're done with this because I'm gearing up to get going. But if people disagree with transgenders, that's fine. What do you mean disagree with transgenders? Like on the topic that they exist? Is that what we're talking about? And to answer why is that bad? Well, it's the same reason why I think it's bad to disagree that black people are equal to white people, or that black people are even humans. There was a time period where people believed that black people were of a different species to white people, that white people were a different kind of human, and that black people were a unique kind of Homo sapien, but not the same as white people. That's pretty bad. It leads to racism. It leads to the disenfranchisement of people based on inherent values that I think they should not be what's the word I'm looking for? Discriminated on the basis of. Respect family values. Again, family values is a I mean, you're saying family values, but there are gay families, there are interracial families, there are trans families. So it seems like your version of family values is just kind of the generic, what's it called? White man, white woman, white kids, which it's fine. White people want to get married. I got no problem with that. But we need to make room for other people in our society because they, exist. Not God, country, family. Ah, yes. Yeah. Leftists care more about gay rights than workers' rights. I'll give you an example. Jeff Bezos. Leftists care more about gay rights, ! Than workers' rights. What are you even talking about? Well, I'll say this. As a leftist, I care about them equally. So I just think they're also very different. Also, nice pivot. Also, I don't know what Jeff Bezos has to do with that. Do leftists like Jeff Bezos? Have you spent time on the internet? Are leftists, are we constantly singing the praises of Jeff Bezos? Could it be that the most leftist, is it a wonder why the most leftist representative in the U.S. federal government is Bernie Sanders, and he passed literally a Jeff Bezos, this Stop Bezos Act, which got Amazon twisted their arm enough to the point that they raised their minimum wage? Jeff Bezos treats his workers like shit. Right. I'm a leftist. I'm well aware. You're not gonna out labor rights me there, friend. I'm sorry to say. Anyway. Okay, I gotta wrap up. I cannot continue with this back and forth. All right. Let me think. Do we have anything? Oh yeah, tomorrow. What do we got for tomorrow? We didn't even get to everything today. We got to most of it. Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't even do this one. Okay, cool. Or I think we got through everything that I put in the what's it called? That I put in the thing. So that's good. That's nice to know. Okay, cool. Tomorrow we'll take a look at it looks like attorney generals in most likely red states are going after Target for selling goods that are gay. So that's always fun. We'll most likely look at a conversation between Patrick Bet-David and Charlie Kirk, renowned loser, about, quote, the gayest generation ever. So we'll take a look at that. And then I want to take a look at this other video about Illinois apparently forcing landlords to rent to illegal immigrants. don't really know how that's going to play out. We'll kind of see. Otherwise, that's going to do it for me today. We'll be back tomorrow around noon-ish time, maybe around 12:30 maybe. I don't have a specific time, but if you enjoyed any of what you watched, if you learned anything, if you just lurked in chat, if your username is TopG200, you should hit the follow button and help out the channel. It's the cool thing that people are doing these days. Otherwise, I'll see all of you tomorrow for more news, more laughing at conservatives. And yeah, everyone have a nice day.